What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Free boobs tonight.
Very nice. What's up, Five Door?
Bugsy, I just sent you a link, but I apologize. I didn't send it any earlier. I ain't gonna lie, I forgot about you. So I saw you in the chat. Thought you might want to join.
Hey, Jacob. How you doing, buddy?
What's up,
Jacob,
Jacob?
how's your knife, buddy?
He took a really cool picture of it.
Yeah.
What's up, Fed? Paul Mills?
What's up, Momo? What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm sharpening. I'm almost done. I just don't want to. I want to set it down. I'm almost finished with it. That's why I was hoping I'd be done before the live stream started.
I was surprised how fast you got me in here. You just popped up and I was already on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I put you on first.
Oh, what's up, Drizzy? Well, it just popped up at the same time for me. So.
Yeah. El Cap, how you doing, buddy?
What are you sharpening?
It's just a. What's that place? What's that place in Jack?
I don't know if that's me freezing or you freezing.
I don't know what to do about it. It's me. Every time I get on StreamYard, my internet's perfect except for on StreamYard. And it'll keep doing it. When I finish this knife, I'm gonna get up and switch, plug my internet up direct to it, see if that helps. Sometimes it does, sometimes it don't.
I didn't know if it was mine or not because I've got.
No, remember every time I've been on John like that.
Yeah, but I got really high winds right now. That's why I was curious.
Yeah.
But my internet's been pretty stable recently.
Can't say the same for your fence.
I swear to God, Shane, I'm gonna come down there and whoop your ass.
Yeah. I tried to get Cheeto to come fix it, and he ain't got time. I called Cheeto and told him that story.
Yeah.
And told him how proud I was of that joke, and he's like, I can tell. I love people with a good sense of humor, man.
I got it tore down today, and I'm beat.
Yeah.
I'm not used to doing that.
Are you even going to put it back?
Yeah, I'm going to put one back.
To keep the...
Yes.
The mongrel out of the backyard.
There's a temporary fence up currently, and then now I just got to find someone to put one in because I'm not.
He'll be over there blowing bubbles in your backyard tomorrow.
I don't care what he does because I'll just let Ryder out there deal with him. But sometimes she has grandkids come over. That's why I just don't want.
Right. Wait a minute. You got nieces and nephews?
No, the next door neighbors, her grandkids come over.
Oh.
No, okay. and that's from a different kid. Those ones don't have kids, thank God.
They didn't get a Procreate license?
No.
They're not qualified?
What's up, Stevie? What's up, Aiden?
Oh, man. None of that. I was going to strop it, and I remembered I left the tool to unclamp it over there. Hey, let me tell you guys something. I'm a poor. I haven't been able to afford a TS Prof, but I can only imagine that it's better than what I have. And what I have from a Work Sharp Precision Adjust is fucking night and day. Not only is it so much more pleasant to use, I think because it's so pleasant to use, especially when you get some quality stones like Kyle hooked me up with, your results are just better. My sharpening has never been better. Hey, you remember the guy, my buddy Herman here local? I told you I always sharpen his knives for him.
Yeah. No thanks, Drew.
I've never charged him a thing, dude. And I left his house today. My phone went off. He sent me $100.
Wow. That's very nice.
That probably comes out to about $10 sharpening, but it was still nice.
Still...
Yeah.
Exactly, Steve.
And painted PCC, we know you're right.
Exactly, Stevie.
It's a damn good looking rattle can paint job though. And I didn't go super poor. I actually used industrial grade epoxy paint. So
yeah, but it's what is it? It's a what's the receipt?
It's a Spock's tactical, dude. That ain't cheap shit.
Okay. What's up, Wyoming?
What do you mean by okay? Are you agreeing or are you sarcastically saying okay?
That was sarcastic.
Wyoming, you're trying to tell me a Spock's tactical is not at least a upper mid tier PCC?
Correct.
It's still for over $1,000, Kyle.
That doesn't mean anything.
Never mind. You and I are not going to get into a gun conversation tonight.
Correct. Anyways, I wanted to welcome Wyoming. They were over in Meredith's live tonight, and we were chatting about stuff, about sharpening stuff. So I invited people from over there to come over and chat. So
we will try to keep it as non-toxic as possible then, since it's your first visit.
Aiden, no, I have not tested those out.
In case y'all are wondering, these will be countersunk in the future. I asked, and both of these orders said, no, man, I want them to stick out a little bit. So they do.
What's up, JoJo?
I will be countersinking them on future builds. And people have already asked me about this coating. I want to be really clear about this coating. This is MRO. It's an industrial epoxy coating, the same thing I used on my rifle. And I researched it a good bit, and they say that it is equal to Cerakote. You have to bake it on, but it's equal to Cerakote. I can't claim that to be 100% true. I'm going to wait on some feedback, but I also know that both of these guys are never going to use these knives. So I don't know how much feedback I can get.
What's up, Mofo?
What's up, Stevie?
What up?
What's up, buddy?
Bugs, if you're going to get a firearm, please don't. Can't do that on a live stream.
I was not.
Okay.
Stevie,
not everybody knows that. Yeah. I told you, dude, I'd really like to get together and compare some equipment.
Yeah, I would love to, man.
Mr. Stevie over there has quite an impressive equipment collection too.
This is the only Mannix I own, guys.
That's the
only. It's the only one that Corey Hart needs.
Corey Hart. I wear my.
I can't keep staring at these fish lights. They're too bright.
I got 4 Mannixes within reach right now. And only
this is the only one. This was I forget who did this. It was a custom Mannix XL. It was done by like a company. I don't remember who it was though.
I said I don't know, like a month ago.
Freeze again. Damn it.
I just want to carry my Mannix 2 for a while, and so this is all I've carried for like the last month.
I have beef with this lock, so I don't carry them much.
Yeah, I understand you don't like it, guys. I'm going to get up for a minute. Y'all keep talking. I'm going to plug my my cable in because I keep lagging. I'll be right back. Get in.
We're doing butt stuff.
And Marco, I'm not going shirtless.
Stevie, did your weather calm down, buddy?
It's picking back up a little bit. It's not as bad as it was 3-ish days ago, midweek, we got some pretty wicked windstorms in, and then it dumped like 4 feet in the mountains.
We've
But
had it.
We got just a little dusting where I'm at. See, I'm at sea level where I
Okay.
am. I go a mile east of me, and you're already at like almost 1,000 feet.
Okay. Yeah, I would have thought you were a lot higher there.
No, and then once you get into like 5-6 miles east, you start getting up into elevation until you get into the North Cascades. But yeah, I'm actually at sea level.
Okay. We're I'm only at 800 or so here, but which still is a lot higher than people think they would be for here.
Yeah.
But we've had really high winds the last 4 days. Today, the weird thing was today it was 74 and we had gusts between 40 and 50. And then the high on Tuesday is going to be 22.
Oh.
Let's see if that helps. Yeah, they're predicting snow here tomorrow. It's 70 degrees today. It won't happen.
Yeah, you gotta watch the tornadoes and stuff coming down there, man.
Yeah, we got tornadoes coming, so I'm going to stay up. I always stay fully dressed. A couple of fully charged flashlights in hand. I would hate to wake up during a tornado in my underwear.
If you ever, what you should do, you should get in contact with Lee.
Yeah.
Bama Knife Works, and if anything happens, he's got some connections, man. You might want to look into. I know he's probably not very close to you, but
he's hour and 45 minutes. It's not bad.
Hey, Homer.
Hour and a half, hour 45.
Scooter, Jesse.
What's up, Henry?
If Shane, if
I've always done that after watching tornado videos and seeing a guy standing out in front of his mobile home in his underwear trying to find his kids. If there's a tornado warning, I just stay up, boots on, everything ready to go, just in case.
I'd never be undressed if that were the case. We get tornado warnings quite often.
I don't do it for watches. It has to be a warning before I.
We got a lot of natural disasters around here, but tornadoes aren't one of them.
No, you just got that volcano erupting today.
Did you ever end up going live Sunday night?
No.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Friday night.
Last night, we went live Friday. We did late night with Sedfaction on Friday night.
I could not find that live.
Bugsy,
it was on Maddie's channel.
It's on Maddie's. They switch back and forth each weekend.
Yeah, we swap every week. So last week was Maddie's Faction's turn.
All right, I gotta.
Hey, Kathleen.
Hey, Kathleen.
See, I know y'all think and I know Maddie thinks I'm bullshitting him, but to this day, YouTube just will not allow me to follow him. It'll allow me to hit the button, but like last night, I had to type in every letter of Maddie's Faction and hit search, and it takes me to his channel, and I have to go to enter the channel, and then the live is not even the first box. I have to find it and click on it to get in his live. It will not feed me his content.
Huh.
It's always been this way, too. I don't know why.
I mean,
I've unsubscribed and resubscribed. I've had
99% of what he does sucks royally anyway. So
right. I've even been a paid subscriber.
You're not missing anything.
I've even been a paid subscriber before, and it shot up at me.
Oh.
That's generous saying 99.
Yeah. Maddie won me
the
over.
1% when you're on.
Maddie won me over with one video with that question typed in on Google on his screen. Oh. I've loved Maddie ever since that day. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it was something about something fitting in your butt.
Yeah.
I was watching the video and I read his Google search and I was hooked. What y'all think of this, man?
It looks awesome.
That's the new kitchen knife. It's the first one I finished. The handles, I poured myself. They kind of look a little bit like burl, don't they?
A little bit, yeah.
That's a little bit of that copper, where the copper's it's just copper resin, but it's bleeding through. But this one is sold, bought, and paid for. But
I got some handle material in. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but it's out in my truck. But Kyle, have you seen the Aurora Borealis camel quartz?
Yep.
no, I want to see it though.
I
Sounds
bought
nice.
I bought a sheet of it, or it was either spent $200 or $999.
Yeah. So you got a 3x5 of it.
Yeah, 3x5, and I mean,
Yeah.
even still, $200 is
Exact. Camel quartz is crazy. I'll pull it up,
Yeah.
Shane. I'll let you be able
Kathleen,
to.
this is a 7-inch
Oh,
chestnut. Did you see the completed heathens, Stevie?
I saw what you sent me earlier.
Oh yeah, okay, that's it.
Yeah,
Well, that red shred carbon fiber looks good on it, don't it?
it does.
I mean, I made these, but I think the red shred carbon fiber is even prettier. I'm not
What
unhappy.
is that? Just a heavily etched blade?
No, I was just talking about that. Have you ever heard of MRO? It's an industrial epoxy coating.
No.
Most people use it in like machine shops. They paint the tool and dies with them. A lot of times they color coat them, but you have to put it in an oven and stuff. And they say it's as strong as Cerakote, but I am not guaranteeing this not to scratch. I'm sure it will.
Okay.
But,
You just apply that yourself, and then do you bake it on?
it's literally it's a rattle can. You spray it on, then you put it in the oven at 300 degrees for 45 minutes. And
Okay.
I like that because that's right at my temperature. So no
Okay.
change to the heat treat. I'll do it. I've said I'm not offering it. I will offer it, but I can't guarantee. I just haven't had enough time to test any to see how it's going to hold up.
Shane, I put some up there for you to share.
Oh yeah, that's it, right?
Oh, my bad, Stevie. I'm sorry.
Here, I'll zoom in on it.
Now, is that where it's ground a little? Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that
Yeah, so that's that's normal, and then when you grind it, you start getting into the different colors.
the back side is the blue.
Okay. So it's not true carbon fiber.
No,
It's quartz. Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
Oh, it's
yeah,
quartz.
no, exactly what he said. It's the camel quartz. I'm not 100% positive what the difference is. It's made by the same company. Camo Carbon makes this stuff. Camel quartz also.
The reason I can make that, I can make something that look just like that, but it wouldn't. I don't know if it would be as tough.
Well, that's from my understanding. That's glass. That's quartz.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it may be tougher then. I don't know. But now that I've learned, with pouring epoxy, I don't talk about it a whole lot, but there's a science to it, and I would have never figured it out if it wasn't for Mike Navarro. He told me exact temperatures. So I have to sit there with a temperature gun constantly, watching the temp climb. And when it hits an exact temperature, I can pour multiple colors into a mold, and they don't bleed into one another.
Okay.
If you don't hit that temperature, they'll bleed, and they get a little muddy, right where they connect. But if at that temperature, they will bond perfectly, but you'll have good contrast and separation.
I like
You
that
can't
one
even
too.
find Satisfaction on YouTube.
That Sully that they have is really good too.
Which one?
I think it's Sully. It's like the Monsters Inc. pattern. I think that's what it's from. Isn't that what Sully is?
This was the other one that I really dig. The shipwreck.
Yeah, I picked up some of that for Scott Stills.
Oh, yeah, it's like Brittany blue with copper. That's gorgeous.
Yeah. And that's actually who I'm probably going to be sending this material to. I have a yet to be built concept knife, not the fucking brand concept, but like me and Scott have been that one right there, the Sully, the second on the. I like that looking stuff too.
Oh yeah, that's pretty.
I never expected teals and Tiffany's and purples to be what I.
That's what it looks like when it's done.
Oh my goodness.
I never expected that would be my freaking taste in knives, dude.
Yeah. I love the Tiffany colors. Especially with like a dark wood, a Tiffany liner and Tiffany pins is beautiful, man.
But I've been throwing out some ideas to Scott Stills. So I have basically all three of my Edgy Blade Works are what I would consider my users. Like they're not fancy. So I'm looking to do like an actual like bougie, fancy build with Scott where I like, dude, just let your nuts hang.
I talked to him all day today.
Dude.
We conversed all day back and forth. But dude, that guy will build you up, man. He made me feel good. And who knows, maybe that positive karma is why I felt like I had really good success in the shop tonight. You know, I walked in with some confidence, feeling good.
He's that type of dude. Like I won't get into like his business, like what his family business is, but like that's what they're all about, man.
Yeah.
You know, like
I didn't realize he still worked full time.
Yeah. That's why he built his shop right next to where he works.
Right.
Yeah. No, Scott is all about positivity and like that dude's. He goes through a lot of shit, but that dude's always upbeat.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I wasn't trying to butter him up today, but I haven't handled anything yet, and I've handled a lot. Even that Prince custom, I was blown away by, but that I remember. This is not. The action may be equal to Scott's, but that engineered team puts him one step up.
Those new couple of ones that he's been working on for Texas, dude, he keeps upping his game. And,
the only issue with Scott I have is you can't just show somebody his knives because it's not a traditional looking blade, and they might not. Right. You literally have to hold it. You have to manipulate it to understand why he is the very best custom knife maker on the planet right now. I don't think there's anybody better.
And I know it's more of a knife guy type maker at this point, but he's so uniquely his own at this point. You don't have to see Maker's Mark. You don't have to, hear it open. I think you can look at a Edgy Blade Works knife and be like, oh, that's 100% Scott Stills.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to bet you could put a radius on his chamfers and they're all fucking exact. Like the exact, it's mind blowing. Like that bougie, the auction knife he had last year. I've never witnessed anything like that. I didn't have to like the blade shape. You know what I mean? It didn't even matter. But I'm glad there's a lot of people that appreciate his abstract blade shapes.
Speaking of Prince, did you see that Dam Steel and red glass one?
No, the most recent one I saw was like some dragon scale type shit.
Let me see if I can pull it up here.
But he's another one, man, that you can appreciate those knives, and then you handle a Prince custom, and you're like, oh wow, yeah. That's another cool ass dude. Like I don't know him, but I've talked to him at 2 or 3 different shows at the Pacific Northwest Custom Invitational. He was there with his family. Like had his 2 daughters like drawing at the table, and his wife was with him, and and that's a pretty chill show. Like there's, maybe a couple hundred people that attend that. It's nice and it's laid back, but so you can get a little bit more time BSing with them and not feel bad like you're, like taking away from their time. Oh, what is that? Is that a friction holder?
I just shared something when you get a chance.
This is a Peach Smith knife. It's got a little, you can see the detent.
Oh, okay.
It's got double detents, but so satisfying too.
Oh, nice.
But it's kind of like a little fish.
His basic version, he got the bougie one.
No, that's actually that's the only Tanto blade he ever made.
Yeah, well, he knocked it out of the park.
I did see that one. Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
I never thought I had any interest in a double detent friction folder, but that thing, it's my safe queen. Like that's legit the fanciest thing I own.
Yeah, one of our very own bought that one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like
I'm not
that.
going to say because I don't know if he wants me to say or not, but
Ryan?
the I put him on to 2 makers that I think he's going to be ordering custom from now too. He's going to hate me, or his wife's going to hate me.
No, she's not. She's 100% supportive of whatever that man wants.
Well,
Yeah,
I know he already put an order with one of the guys.
Yeah.
So he just got the SDK.
I'll be glad when he gets as rich as he wants to be so that we can spend some more time with him.
Hey, Shane, you're going to have to hit me up and give me some info for getting something over to Javon because he keeps forgetting to give me his info.
Okay.
I want to ship him these scales.
Okay.
Well, Bugsy, the other guy.
Javon's pretty forgetful.
I just don't like. I don't want to put it back in a pile and forget though, because if he likes the scales, I'd rather have him.
But Stevie's not forgetful, and he's high all the time. That's not true. He's not high all the time.
I'm more forgetful than I am high. I'm just a dumbass.
It's too much to remember, man.
Bugsy, I was telling him about Ian. I told Ryan about Ian. I think he's going to contact him.
Oh, CNF.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that guy is incredible. I was helping him grind some mammoth for scales for his one new knife that he's making, and I left his house, and then I looked at Instagram later that night. The entire knife is finished.
So I got the first batch of all of these done.
The rimfires?
Yeah, the rimfire, as you can see. And that's what the back will look like when you get it. God almighty, that thing's sharp. Did you see what happened tonight?
Mm-mm.
I was doing a 0 grind, and I switched to the Scotch-Brite belt, and right at the end of the pass, I saw the burr curl up and flake off.
Yeah.
I was literally a pound of pressure or one swipe away from destroying that knife. I mean, it's literally razor sharp. It's never touched a stone.
Dude, is it a problem for you to wear safety glasses?
No.
I was watching random sparks bounce off your forehead.
Yeah.
And I'm like, one of those is going to go over the top of your glasses one time, dude.
Oh, yeah,
and
no doubt.
What's as accident prone as you are?
Well, between that and the respirator, think of all the shit that's going in his lungs.
So,
We're just going to move on from that.
All of these are sold or claimed except for one. So, if you want one, quick. There's one available.
Damn it, Nemo.
The whole point to me doing this knife.
I'll take it.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. The whole point of me doing this knife was when I started, I know Stevie heard this, that I wanted to make nice knives for $100, and then realized that this is that opportunity. I am going to offer these in S90V later, but it's not going to be $100.
I mean, if there's someone out there that already was talking or on the fence, let me know. But I would gladly.
No, nobody has hit me up at all about the last one. The other three right-handed ones are sold, and the left-handed one is going to Terry at 1931. That
Sure,
worked out perfect.
let me know what thickness of steel you want to work with. I'm going to get you a bar of Damas steel to make me some stuff.
Okay. Well, whatever thickness you want to work with.
What's up, Crispy?
If you want something super thin and slicey, that would excite me for sure.
I would like a. I made a design called a woodchuck. I want one of those made out of Damas steel, but
okay, I got some Damas steel coming. I've got to go to Huntsville this week. I've got to pick up a piece of Damas steel that Dopey bought. Dopey wants a Damas steel Thug, I think. Yeah, Damas steel Thug. He bought that. He bought like a $100, $200 set of scales. And every time I see that dude go all in on this US shit, all I can think about is that conversation at the Airbnb. Dude, me and you'd thought if you didn't know us, you'd have thought we were about to go to blows over.
I mean, one of you were extreme. I won't say who. One of you were extremely wasted, and the other one was just fielding foolish babber with a calm head. Babble. And like, you might be right, but I think you're going to change your mind one day.
And he did. Yeah.
And he hated Spider Coast too.
Oh, that's right. Dopey wants a Thug XL. He wants a full size Thug. There is a Thug 2XL in the wild. There'll probably never be another one. But Derek for real owns a 11-inch Thug.
Oh, that's right, Derek's.
Yeah. And in all honesty, it really came out to be a kitchen knife. It's so thin. But
Yeah.
he had a budget. I had a spare piece of steel, and we had a plan. So
It had a good geometry for a big knife.
yeah, it was surprisingly cool at the end of it. Like I was not motivated in the beginning. I thought it was going to suck, and then when it was done, I'd kind of wish we'd used a thicker. But if we'd used a thicker steel, it wouldn't be as slicey as it is. So.
Right.
It's thinner than most small Thugs, except for Paul Mills. Paul Mills has got a Thug in S125V that's like 0.86 or something. I don't remember. It's thin.
Yeah.
Aiden and Todd are here. You know, I think Aiden and Todd might be two of like the original people.
They absolutely are.
That as far as I can remember, Aiden and Todd have always been there.
Todd Carr, I don't know if your ears were burning the other night, but I was having a conversation with
and there's
Sarah Rick, and we, yeah, and we were both
Chucky Forrest, Norris Forrest.
Chucky Forrest, Norris Forrest.
We were both bragging on what a great guy you are. I sounds like, man, Todd Carr felt like he had been here for 10 years the first day I showed up. Yeah.
I still picture Todd as the logo guy off of the Brawny Man.
Yeah, that's absolutely what I don't ever want that to change.
Right.
But
exactly.
In my mind, Todd Carr is the Brawny Man.
Yep. Lumberjack out in the woods.
Dopey, I will not argue with that. You are correct. There are some Chinese knives out there with amazing action. And that's probably
Oh yeah, no one denies that.
That's probably 100% because of Lefty ZDC.
Speaking of Aiden, do you want to see your knife? Because it's getting ready to go to Terry tomorrow, but it's finished. If you want to see it,
I want to see it. The reason there was a holdup, there was a couple of black specks out towards the tip that didn't look like patina, and they weren't rust. Neither one of us knew what it was, but Kyle didn't want to deliver it that way.
Aiden, do you want me to hide the logo?
Yeah, I would be curious, Aiden. I haven't let anybody see the logo because I didn't know if you wanted to reveal it. But, I mean, you don't do YouTube, so let us know ahead of time because the logo is my favorite part of that knife. It really should be my official logo. So, yeah, let us know if we can show the logo, Aiden. You'll love it, Stevie.
Chuck Forrest, Norris Forrest.
Do you have another one of my knives called to show first? The logo?
No, I don't have anything right now of yours other than this. Okay. Well, I'll make it. So here is.
Can you make yourself big?
No, I can't.
How did I do that? Well, not like that.
You got rid of me.
There we go. Stevie got it.
There's the backside, Aiden.
Oh, is that the Vibe Composites micarta?
Yes, that's the micarta I started buying because you bought some.
Vibe Composites.
Audio?
Yeah.
Look at that thick old boy. And then here is.
Check this shit out.
It's plump.
Hang on, let me get a.
She thick.
She a thickin'.
There we go.
Yeah.
She thick.
That when he sent me that and asked me if I could do that for the logo, it made making that knife worth it.
I hope I'm the only one that can't hear anything.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear Bugsy. I can hear Kyle. Oh, I'm sorry. Bugsy can't hear us. Maybe we go back, he'll be able to hear us.
And while I've got you here, Aiden, I'll just give you a heads up.
Can you hear us, Bugsy?
Bugsy, what about now?
Hey, twat waffle.
Everybody else's audio good? I can't hear anything.
Come back.
Aiden, just so you know, the flat on this I did at 21, and the Tanto, the tip, is at 26. So I'll write that down and put it in there with when I ship it. But I just wanted to give you a heads up where it's at, so when you resharpen it, you kind of know where it started at.
The story behind that knife, by the way, guys, Bugsy paid for that knife 2 years ago. Now,
Aiden.
In my defense, he paid for a knife he was purchasing from me and paid double, which literally, again, him and Stevie and a couple other guys are the only reason I got to continue making knives. They financed the next 5. But and I told him, I was like, man, I can't do that. And he was like, just consider that payment on your first Tanto. And I'll be honest, I was scared to attempt a Tanto. And finally one day I just bit the bullet and tried it, and that's it. So that's the very first Tanto I've ever made. And they've sold well since then. Like literally because of that knife, this knife exists. You know, they're the same knife. All I did was my heathen normally, you know, it's a drop point, and I just switched it to I like this blunt Tanto style. I don't care I know the oblong stabs better, whatever. How many people have y'all stabbed in your life?
And people that say that you can't get a sharp edge unless it's low.
Is that paper towel?
No, but I'm just cutting circles in it.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yeah, that's plenty sharp at 21 degrees.
What do you guys think about Neve's newest fixed blade?
Who?
I ain't seen it.
Jared Neves.
Never heard of her.
Sounds hideous.
Sounds hideous.
The one with the stupid clip on the
No, the new one.
I don't know. I don't know what it's called even. Just a smaller one. I'm not a huge fan of the design myself. I mean, I'm glad for him that he's got something, you know, going, but
I love harpoons.
Hang on, y'all listen.
Personally, not my thing.
Can you hear that? I'm so well. It was me. Flicking the burr. On the
I guess I can hear that.
I have a feeling I have a good bit of chisel grinds coming until you guys are sick of them. I know they're not super popular, but I'm telling you, if you get one in hand and cut with it, you'll think, why the hell do we ever grind both sides?
I think for that type of knife, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Hey, Shane, let me ask you, how the hell do you get this hole bigger, man?
Carbide.
Is that a Sparrow 7 with the scales off?
This is just something I made out of an extra piece of steel.
Oh, okay.
But I was gonna make a ring here and make it like a belt knife.
Nice.
I could do it. That's going to take some work to make it that much bigger. But I can
I mean, I did it to one of them, but man, I burned up everything I had, and I'm looking for.
I may need you to buy me a couple of carbide. It's just a carbide deburring bit, but they don't last forever.
Or carbide actually, carbide reamer would work well.
Yeah,
it's a nice little spike.
They were correct earlier. Bugsy, his new knife is called the Waxwing, or it's made by Waxwing. It's called the Shiv, and I love harpoons, but I can't stand the look of that one.
It's just not my flavor. It's a little too small, I think. Like,
dude, speaking of,
I want it to be a little bigger, and I want a little more finger protection on something like that. Nice.
Kyle,
that bad.
I put that on the screen, DH, because Kyle was just telling me the other day that he's had feedback on all the knives, but yours he hadn't heard from you yet. So
glad you got it, buddy.
Yeah, I'm glad she's enjoying using it.
Bro, this thing is wicked.
How many times are you going to use that gut hook?
Dude, so many. At least like 8.
All those bears.
It's got this it's got a metal blade and wood scales.
Holy shit.
I found this
Fucking Cheeto.
I've been cleaning out my garage and I found a random like little 22 plastic ammo can.
Yeah.
What's this? And I opened it up and I forgot I won some mystery ammo can thing fucking 7 years ago. It's been sitting underneath a couple of boxes in my garage.
If you send that to me, I'll regrind it.
Dude, this thing sucks.
I know. That's what I'm saying. But if you send it to me, I'll regrind it. And with good geometry, it'll cut.
Shane, did you see Cheeto's comment?
Huh?
Look at Cheeto's comment. Old dick.
I can't.
Hell,
Even
I
see
don't ever know what his
Cheetos.
damn name is.
Right now it's Cheeto but Dito. Where is
That Kyle's neighbor on the bottom left.
He's a dickhead.
Roxy, you should be thoroughly offended. Kyle's got a learning impaired chromosomal neighbor. So pretty much, Cheeto's asked calling you a retard is what it comes down to.
I'm from Jersey. I'm damn near impossible to offend.
Good.
it's surprisingly very comfortable, but yeah, there's like 5 or 6 random things in there, and I was like, oh shit, freaking nice.
Seriously, Steve, if you have no insurance, send it to me and I'll regrind it. You can give it away on a live stream.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just tell people, hey man, if you're not a hunter, don't enter this.
Right.
So yeah, man, I got the hole bigger on this one,
Oh yeah.
but I still got to keep going.
How much bigger does it need to be? Put your pinky up to it. Yeah. You got enough room. Okay.
Hey, what up, Maddie?
Yeah, the key to holes is to drill them first. Very first. Before you even cut it out. Like blank of steel, drill the hole and then cut out around it.
Yeah, hardened steel, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this was
I
straight
don't care
from.
how good a drill bit you got. You ain't drilling hardened steel.
And unless
tried
I
it
anneal it somehow, I don't have any way to anneal it really.
No, there's no need. Don't worry about it. Actually, it's not that difficult. You put it in a vise, clamp it like so this much is sticking out, and take a torch and heat around that hole till it turns red. Let it set, room temperature, come back, do it again, and you'll anneal just that hole. And any heat that gets into the metal, the vise will remove most of it before it gets to the blade.
It'll absorb the
All right, cool.
heat.
Yeah,
But later you can send it to me, and we'll carbide it out.
Yeah, it's hard to get those things like perfectly round, man.
It is.
It's deceiving.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, but I'll do it.
Well,
Thanks,
I'm
Wyoming.
with my scruffy facial hair. I'm trying to let my goatee grow back, so I'm just not touching anything. But
I'm glad
you
got
don't
rid
live in Jersey now, do you, Bugsy?
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Oh, you do?
Yep. Behind enemy lines.
I'll be in Lawnside in like a month.
Long side. Where the hell's that
Long-
at?
Just right across from Philly. In the Mary Hill Township.
Okay. What are you doing up there?
The company I work for is headquartered there.
Sounds cool. Like, how long are you gonna be there? Like a week or?
Like 3-4 days.
oh, I have an announcement, Stevie.
I've been traveling to Maryland a lot, but
I am no longer a poor because I traded for a Kimber,
Oh, so now you're just a FUD.
a double stack, 1911. But it's the CDS. It's the compact double stack. Yeah, now I'm just a foot.
Nice.
But I got my compact carry with a hammer. That's what I was after, and I got it.
see, I look for something without a hammer.
I get it.
he's now entry level.
Just having kids and stuff. I've tried to be. I like to be able to look at the hammer and know where I'm at. And with a striker fired pistol, I don't. I get it. It's probably just as safe. I just like to be able to look at the hammer because I decock it, and with that being just a single action, it won't a trigger pull won't even fire it. and I've always trained. Like I've got it cocked before I ever even get it pointed. Like on its way out, I cock it.
I have a CZ-P07, and I wanted to start carrying that.
Yeah.
And it's too. I mean, yeah.
Is that a hammer fired?
What's that?
Is that hammer fired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a double action.
I've been looking for a CZ-P07 for years.
Really?
Can you, if we make a deal, can you mail it to my local FFL?
I don't know.
I mean, I know you can. You just have to mail it to the gun store. And I have to pay $20.
What's cool is I also have the 22 conversion slide for it.
Yeah.
You put it in Huh?
That you've never used?
No, I absolutely
have you?
Most yeah. Back during the pandemic, when 9mm was getting ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
I had like 20,000 rounds at 22. And so I got conversions just to be able to still go out and do shit. I bought a 22 bolt carrier for one of my rifles, one of my 223s, and then I bought that slide conversion also. And I'd go out and, just to plink.
Right.
The 07's great. The only downside is factory. The double's really, really, really heavy. And it's a little gritty. But
yeah,
once you do
I got an M Carbo kit for it.
Okay.
Is that Pete Smith too? I'm sorry, Stevie.
What's that?
Is that Pete Smith too?
Yep.
Oh, that's nice.
That's my favorite one. I like that reverse Tanto.
He said he always liked to put his symbol up here on the front because it reminded him of like an eye.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
These are called chimeras. So he actually, when he talks about them like they're animals.
This guy made 6 knives. Bugsy bought all of them and he quit. Unfortunately, I happen to have one, thanks to Bugsy.
Oh, nice.
It's one of my favorite knives ever. When I got it, I was like, I've never carried a knife without a lock before. And then I realized that it's never an issue. For what I use it for, it's just not an issue. Yeah. But that's just if you want to get rid of it, Stevie. No pressure.
Stevie, do you keep the Omega trigger in it?
No, it's still stock trigger. I never got enough rounds through it. I got like 3,000 rounds through it, and I never got to where I could shoot it well enough where it made sense to upgrade the trigger. I mean, I'm not a good enough shot to where, so not true. I will say that my Apex trigger that I put in my M&P 9, I did feel like I could shoot that gun better for whatever reason.
That was a great trigger.
The Apex is my 9 is my 2.0 is I got the Apex, all Apex internals in it, and the great thing about
owning all those Smith and Wesson, Steve, is you can buy that Smith and Wesson 9mm carbine. You've already got all the magazines for it. It's only like $100.
I have a PSA multi-cal lower that I got one of the Smith and Wesson conversion magwells for it.
Oh yeah.
And so it takes all my PCC. I have a 10.5-inch Palmetto shit stick. That is
nothing wrong with Palmetto.
It's my funnest rifle to shoot.
Yeah.
It's got Holosun on it with a flip to side 3x magnifier, and I've never tried to get out past like 75, maybe 80 yards with it. But it's so fun to shoot. I got a silhouette with a popper on it, AR 500 gong. I got a bunch of gongs, and at 75, 80 yards, I can sit there and just pop, 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 and makes me feel like I'm Honest Outlaw or something for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm very accurate with that rifle. It's super fun, man.
I love the fact that I have a $1,000 Spots Tactical PCC with a PEC on the top rail, a $95 Chinese PEC, and a $1,200 aim point red dot on it. I didn't pay that for it, but that's if you try to buy one new, that's what it costs. That's one of my kitchen knives, Steve.
Nice.
That's the one he won.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, the James fundraiser.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Yeah, Shane, I like to carry Israeli style. I carry nothing in the chamber because I carry appendix carry like 95% of the time. And I don't trust any fucking gun. I don't care what it is, who makes it.
I ain't pointing a gun at my pecker with a bullet.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Sorry, I had to interrupt. There's nothing wrong with it.
There's not.
I had a conversation with Iggy today, and I explained to her what made the moment I really fell in love. And she's like, "What was it?" I said, "Blaze show. We were at the house. We came back, and you were trying to get comfortable, and I saw you pull your T-shirt up and pull your Glock out from appendix carry and set it on the table." I was like, "I've never seen anything sexier." We had a good conversation today. But I told her, I was like, Iggy, I'm never going to give up. She's like, I respect it. Even though we all know she's absolutely not interested, I enjoy the flirt, and I think she enjoys the other end of it too.
Yeah, I talked to Iggy the other day. Iggy's awesome.
Iggy's so awesome, man.
But no, I started off body carrying. Well, I carry more in my. I got one of the Lena Mutualect crossbody Vertex.
Yeah.
With a like this Velcro insert, so I have to zip and pull, but I'm just not.
Can you just grab the corner and rip it open? Are the zippers good enough for that?
Yeah. It's like pull tested and all that, but
I got an SOE football that you can wear on your chest or fanny pack, whatever. And he says I will say this though, there has to be an inch gap. The zippers need to be about. If you can get your thumb in between them, yes, you can come down here with your thumb and it'll just lay right open. But it will not rip open with the zippers touching.
But I mean, I no longer like. I'm sure I could get shit for this, but like I don't carry for necessarily like. I carry it to have one when I need it. But like I'm never like quick draw and being able to draw the present and like that's just
I'm too old.
I'll never be that dude.
I would legit fall down if I was in that big a hurry.
And I'm not gonna pretend like I'm that dude, and I don't have it in me to train to be that dude. Yeah. And so I carry to my comfortability, and I'm fine with carry. I carry less because of it. In all honesty, I really do. I mean, I was that guy for
carrying off body is way more. I don't care what Kyle says; it's way more comfortable.
It is, and I had a good holster for my, or even with my SIG. I got my SIG so it would be more my P365 XL, so I'd have something a little bit more compact to carry. And I got a great holster for it, and I can carry it. And I got into the habit of. Like if I go out somewhere and I'm going to sit down, I would go to the bathroom and shift it over before I, like actually like sat down. And
that's what I like about that SOE. The buckle and the adjustment works so good. I can grab it with my finger and pull it and literally slide the thing up over my shoulder to go to the bathroom. Within a second, I can go from fanny pack to slung over my shoulder.
Dude, that dude was a legend, Cheeto. Yeah, I no longer. I'm more of a. You get tired of hearing people say it, but I'm more of a situational awareness type dude.
Yeah.
These days, to where, I'm not.
My first priority is to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You
If
know,
y'all see on the news that I had to shoot somebody, you can bet your ass I had no choice. Because I ain't going through the legalities of that bullshit. DH talking about kegs make a good target. The best target I ever had, our local range, the county sheriff's department runs it. And this dude will park like 200 yards down the road, Stevie. And he's got these binoculars, you know, they're like this big, and watch you for an hour until he catches you doing something wrong. So when he rolls up, he's already seen you. There's no lying your way out of it. And he rolled up on me, going to write me a ticket because there's a sign hanging there that says paper targets only. Actually, it says bullet must penetrate paper and strike the burn. Well, I've got this full 3D human torso I'm shooting at. And he pulls up to write me a ticket. And I walked him down there and showed him that it was cardboard. But it was, you know, like these little boutique shops that's just got the torso with a shirt on it.
Yeah.
There was one here in town that threw theirs out. So what I do is I take it to the range and set it down there, and I go to the thrift store and buy like 7 or 8 size small women's t-shirts. I'd slide a t-shirt on it and shoot at it, and that's how I could tell what I'd hit. It's the holes in the t-shirt. And then I just leave it on. When I make my next trip, I'd slide a new t-shirt over it.
Nice.
But he had already caught me once shooting one of those little metal flippy things.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Did you not read the sign?" I was like, "What sign?" He's like, "The sign 18 inches from your head. And it says paper on it." But I get it, man. This closed down right now because fucking rednecks. You see, they'll drag the city garbage can out there and shoot it.
Oh, dude. So where I haven't been up there for a bit. Like, it's actually been a couple of years since I've gone back up. But the mountain that I used to go shoot at, you know, I got some, like, if you go far back on my channel, I got 3 or 4 different, you know, I used to go out and shoot all the time. And you go deep out there and it's no different. You know, people bring everything out there to shoot. You name it, people bring it out there to shoot it. And what's awesome is there's actually, it's gotten worse over the last couple years, I guess. But there was a group of, they didn't have any actual authority, but they did kind of police the mountain.
Yeah.
And kept the idiots out and made sure you're picking up your all your shit.
Yeah. They didn't want you picking up your casings because there was an old retired learning disability gentleman that hung out all day. And as soon as you walked off, he would sweep up all your brass and he would sell the brass and give it to the county to make, he didn't make anything. He just loved being down there.
My
he had trash bags full of brass, and then every year a company would come in and dig out the berm and sift out all the lead, and that's how they financed it. But man, they had these nice wooden shooting stations, and they cut the damn cables where they had them cable tied to the post. They would cut the cables and drag them down there to shoot at. You know, you can't have anything nice, man. People are just idiots.
I used to get pissed because my local indoor facility, it's really state of the art and nice, but they wouldn't allow you to take any of your own casings. That's
how the range is up here too.
The RSOs are literally sweeping by your feet constantly. I'm like, dude, come, like, it just pisses me off.
I wouldn't want him sweeping by my feet if I'm shooting, though. That pissed me off.
Stevie, what you were talking about earlier when I was off, I actually went out last week, and that was the first time that I didn't carry when I left the house in like a decade. And it was awkward, but it was one of those ones I'm like, I didn't want to deal with it right this minute. And I just went to go drop something off and came back. But normally, even if I go to like just to the drive-through to pick something up, I've always strap on. It's just part of like the.
See, I've always got it with me, and I mean, to be honest with you, depending on where I'm going, sometimes I leave it in the car. It's always with me, but sometimes I will leave it in the truck.
Wyoming. I used to pick up my own brass because I would reload. That's why.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't care what Kyle says. There's no more fun to be had than plinking with a 22, dude.
I never said there was anything wrong with that.
I'm just saying it's all the same fun, and plinking with a 22 is outrageously fun, and you can do it all day for $35.
Yeah.
It's funny, like where I'm from, we have to police our own brass. Nobody's allowed to touch anybody else's brass. You have to pick it up.
Yeah.
And they shut down the whole firing line, so you can take it out of the sand in front of the firing line too.
Wow.
You got to get it all.
Huh.
That's nice.
I think the plan is now they've shut it down. They rebuilt those same benches, exact same dimensions out of concrete, and they're actually going to have an on-salary sheriff's deputy at a little guard shack when you pull in, and I think you're going to have to pay like $5 to go in there to afford to help with his salary. And everybody in town on all the the what's happening in Gadsden Facebooks are just pitching a fit about it, and I was like, if y'all weren't fucking idiots that can't be trusted, to do the right thing, this wouldn't be necessary. But I'm glad it's happening because, dude, I'm never more nervous than I am at the shooting range.
That's why I stopped going to an indoor range.
You think about it, man, you pull up and a guy walks down to check his targets. You can steal $50,000 worth of shit before he can get back. And he didn't take his gun. He left his leg on the table. You just scoop it up and drive off. And legit, I've seen gangsters pull through that parking lot and slow roll staring at everybody. Never get out.
Well, that's the difference of like something like that. The one I go to, the reason why I quit going is because the prices got astronomical, but it's a massive building, and they've got excuse me, like 25 pistol lanes.
Stevie's thinking the exact same thing I am.
We call that the Bama Ninja.
Oh,
we have a couple of those around here too, Kyle, and I'll probably end up having to go to one.
But they're obviously motorized. You can't do anything with them. But then they also have a 10-lane, 100-yard indoor rifle range.
Yeah,
that's in the basement, and then they also have a shoot and move section where they can do classes at.
What does that cost for about a 3-hour trip?
Shit, it's like $15 a half hour.
So we've got that Talladega Marksman. I mean, it's a real bougie country club kind of place, but you don't have to have a membership. But I looked into it. It would be cheaper for pistol, but if I want to go there and shoot long range, and they only go out to 600 yards, for 3 hours worth of shooting, it would have cost me right at $100. That's no ammo. It's just
that's dirt cheap. That's dirt cheap for 600 yards.
It's even cheaper for the pistol range, but the rifle range, you've got your own monitor, so you can see your target even at 600 yards. And a lot of people just use that to sight their stuff in. It is very handy. And I'll probably go sight. I got a new. I've had it for a while, but I've got a 6 Sauer LPVO that is not sighted in at all. So I'm thinking about going down there and just spending $40-$50.
The longest range near me is 250. They say it's 300, but it's only 250.
This place says 600, but they have a mystery target. Now, I'm sure the regulars know the distance on that mystery target, but it's for newcomers to figure out their own dope. Shoot at it, see where it hit, adjust. I'm sure once you've done it once, you know what it is, but they don't tell you.
Yeah, the only thing outside of 100 yards here, outdoors, is at private facilities.
Yeah, you have to go to private ranges to get out that far around here. But one of the things I was this close to getting it done a couple of years ago, and it's getting harder and harder to try to do. But one of the things I'm trying to organize as a work trip, like a contractor trip, is go down to the Thunder Ranch in Medford, the Clint Smith.
Clint Smith's cool cat.
Yeah, dude. That's in Medford. That's a little bit of a jaunt, but it's still Pacific Northwest.
Something, Steve.
That would be a fun thing to go through for a weekend.
I know we all watched
for you for a week.
I know we all watched the guy, and I feel like we're probably all in agreement with taking his word for things. But I have this feeling that Honest Outlaw is not a guy you want to meet. I think he would ruin it.
Yeah, maybe.
I just have this feeling that he's a little, and
Well-
nothing that he does wrong. I just have a feeling he'd be that don't meet your heroes thing.
Yeah.
I think you would probably walk away like Matt Carricker. I think he'd be exactly who you think he is. But I have a feeling Honest Outlaw maybe. I even think Pewview has a higher chance of being as nice as you think he is.
Well, it depends. Is Honest Outlaw going to bring his wife? That'll make a
Nothing
difference
wrong
to me.
And you know, Kyle, and maybe I've got that thought in my head because Molly hates her. Stevie, you know, they just live like a mile from Justin.
Right.
She's never done anything to Molly. Molly reached out to her through IG Messenger, and she never answered. But keep in mind, a channel that big, they probably get 10,000 messages a day that go to their spam folder. She probably never saw it. Yeah. I love Justin, man. I know. Not everybody cares for him, but Justin and Molly.
Who doesn't like
the reason
Justin?
I love is they're my kind of comedy. I have two types of comedy I enjoy. Justin's sarcastic humor and Stevie or Sid Faction's middle school bathroom stupid humor. But like I don't like Will Ferrell because I think he's what I call silly humor. I guess Stevie and Maddie are, but it's different. I just I know everybody disagrees. Just don't think that guy's
Will Ferrell cameos are legendary. I don't know what you're talking about.
I really didn't like Justin until I actually met him and spent some time with him.
Yeah.
And then I got to, I mean, I don't know him well, but we work in this similar industry, so we've talked more about work shit than actual knives.
I just love giving her shit. I love giving her shit.
I'll say one of the 1 year at Blade Show West, when Justin was there with Molly, him and Molly and Zach and Miss Zach went together. And then also Pete and Christine were there. And Christine did not care for Molly at all. Yeah. And
I can see them not getting along.
We went out to lunch, and Molly and Zach's wife showed up while we were there. And they sat across but kind of kitty corner from each other, Christine and Molly, and had the most passive aggressive, hilarious, like they're two very big personalities that they're both the fucking, they're both rambunctious.
I think,
and like they started commenting on each other's nails, and like it was.
Molly has a very good radar for who's going to flirt with her fucking husband. So I'm sure now she probably has an idea that more people want to flirt with Justin than they do. But as flirty as Christine is around guys in the community, I can see Molly not like her.
I actually miss Christine. I miss those lives, but I don't.
I like Christine, but I'm not comfortable around her in person.
Christine's fun.
I could deal without the other half, though.
Yeah. I don't have anything against him other than the fact that he turned against me, and I have no idea why. Were you there, Stevie, when he was in the YouTube Bros chat?
Yeah, I remember something happened.
Talking about that he just couldn't support my business and all this. I was thinking, how am I ever going to make it?
Was he ever going to support it anyways?
I don't know. I feel bad. I mean, they were nice. When I did Knives Live, I feel horrible that I don't remember. I've lost the note. But I know Pete, Christine, and Maddie, and several other people got me my Hogue RSK1.
Yeah.
And it legit, I'm going to say, it saved my life. It's the only knife I've ever used in a self-defense situation. I didn't even know.
No, they're nice folks.
Stevie, I've got everybody in my town hates me now because back when it turned cold, they all started posting about that dude. Wondering if he was okay. And I just fucking keyboard warrior, man. Got them all fired up. And then finally I dropped it on him that I knocked him unconscious and busted his forehead open in front of people. Everybody in this town thinks I'm an asshole.
Dented him with the Ritter.
Oh, Ritter, got him. It was just nobody understands why I was in such
Two shitter ritter.
my mental state. But like all I could think about was why did I grab that knife? And if I was gonna grab a knife in a fight, why would I grab it and not open it? I really know why. Honestly, what I felt like was going through my head when I got out was, oh, I don't need to leave that laying on my console. Somebody will take it. I never intended to hit him with it. Of course, I didn't know he was going to swing first.
Did you ever get the skin out of that all the way?
I did. I had to get a titanium toothpick to dig it out. But I got something on it. I just noticed that. Hell, it may be rusted. Nah, it's just something on it because I'm
hobo AIDS.
I sharpened it for the first time. Yeah, it might be.
It's hobo AIDS that etched the blade.
It's funny you said that.
Send it to Gary.
My brain went the same place.
Crispy, speaking of which, why I've got you here. I'm thinking about it. Your knife has scales on it already. So if you want the blue ones, I can do it on another one.
Dougie Fresh. Old
Sorry,
Dougie.
For the Valley Boys.
Let me see if I can clean this off.
What is that one?
You know, I would give somebody money if they could tell me who made this. I forget completely who I bought this from. It's got a little pry bar on the top.
Okay.
And the coolest part about it is there's magnets down here.
There's no latch?
No latch, but there's magnets. And if you loosen the screw and turn them, you can actually make them oppose each other.
Oh, nice.
So, like,
whoever made that should sue Winter Blade Co. Because you use magnets first. I finally put an edge on this thing, but I'll never cut with it.
It keeps it closed when you have it this way, but you can make it oppose itself. So I guess when you're flipping it,
when you're doing,
it'll never fully close. It'll actually like repel.
Gotcha.
But it's got a cool S30 blade, and it's all like you know.
That is legit. If I was going to own a butterfly knife, it would be that one because I typically don't like the blade shapes, but that straight back looks awesome on a.
And it's thick too.
Oh shit!
Yeah. What's that? A chevron pattern in it? In the handles? Yeah, kind of.
And they're pretty deep, so like it's really grippy. Like this is actually like a usable. It has like a little like finger stop here. He told me originally that you can like flick it open. He said if you mess with the magnets to get them so they're just right, he said you can actually push this and flip the knife open. I just can't remember who the hell. It's such a shame too, because it was like a father-son team.
I know every one of y'all have an RSK1 that you never carry anymore. So let's see what we can do to get one in Terry's hands so he can use his scales. Fox Eyes Miltech. I wish y'all could have seen the butterfly knife that Jed Hornbeak made. Billy at Apex Alchemy had it, and he quit making videos before he got to do the video. But I thought it was cool. I don't know that a Valley kid could pick it up, much less manipulate it. But it had a 1/4-inch blade. It was just way overdone, way overbuilt. But
Marco said Fox Knives Miltech.
Doesn't sound right, but I can definitely look into it. That'd be awesome if that was it. I'd like to give those guys some love because it's like really slick. You know, I look for stuff like that.
Yeah, Bugsy's definitely I mean, he's got production stuff too, but I appreciate Bugsy because he seeks out those unknown gems at Blade Show.
That's kind of what I'm more into these days. I pay way more attention to the I've never heard of you dudes.
Is it not funner?
It's way funner.
It's a way more interesting hobby.
Yeah, you see
those guys will give you their fucking phone number. Or you could just call them and talk to them, and you get to find out who they are, and that gives you an opportunity to not. if you don't want to.
If he's there again this year, there's that kid. Last year was his second year. 2 years ago was his first year.
The 16-year-old,
Yeah, that makes those little friction folders.
not different kid.
He had last year. He had like when you walked into the small room, he was off to the left. He hasn't sold much at all.
Yeah.
And I just completely spaced going back to his booth last year, but I like seeing those type of dudes. You know, it's like never heard of them. They're cranking shit out of their house.
Like the guy you bought your first custom from.
Yeah.
I ran across a kid last year who was in a not so great spot. He just had a table. For some reason, that particular road just didn't get much traffic. But I walked down it. And literally, I was the only person on the road, and I stopped and looked at his stuff. He was 16 years old and had made some of the most beautiful fixed blades I've ever seen. He had one that when you set it on its stand, it lit up. Like the liners and pins lit up.
Okay.
Like you couldn't see light hitting it. So I don't know if it was like infrared light and the stuff reacted to it. And it was just gorgeous. And I remember thinking, this kid's 16 years old and spanking my ass. Like, I could get close now. They're just super talented. And I think it's really cool because what you don't realize is, like any hobby, if you can't get young people involved, this shit's going to die.
Right.
Shane, read Scooter's comment. He's trying to piss me off.
Shane, I really love this finish. You need to see it. I don't know if I can duplicate it. It's good because the only I've asked every maker I know, and they all said that my acid had gone rancid and caused that.
Probably a dip in it.
I sent Stevie a picture of it. I was freaking out. I was like, shit, what do I do? And Scooter's like, no, man, I love it. I actually liked it too. I didn't know if anybody else would.
In my mind, you accidentally used it for a spitter once or twice.
I know what happened.
And
I had a piece of crick. It was actually a Crewwear crick that I put in there and forgot about it and left it for like 6 hours. Took it out and didn't think anything of it. Well, all that iron that it pulled out of that steel sat in that acid for months. And whatever I dipped into it next, it caused that.
Have you etched any Pro Cut yet?
Yeah, Pro Cut is a little bit of work to get really dark. You can do it, but it's not as easy as like info.
Dylan's
the flat black.
And that's like 2 seconds.
Well, you understand that Pro Cut was intended to be the shiny part of Damascus. It's replacing the 15 and 20. It's supposed to be the bright steel.
Dylan says the etch that he's putting on, he's like, dude, it's like 2 seconds and it just blackens it.
Huh.
Why don't you like it, Cheeto?
What's Cheeto not like?
It does rust pretty quick. So Cheeto, I'll let Cheeto say it.
Yeah. It will rust.
Yeah.
Me and Cheeto got identical chef knives. I got one in Nitro V. He got one in Pro Cut. And his rusted extremely quickly.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, I've literally, Stevie, I took one off the grinder, you know, where I dip and grind and dip and grind and walked off and left it for 30 minutes and it was turning orange just in that short amount of time from being wet. That's why I wanted to try this coating. But at the same time, I've had a lot of knives that I wipe off and put a little oil on them, and they've been in the shop for months, and there's not a spot of rust nowhere on them. So I don't know.
Stevie, earlier when I was talking about turning Ryan on to a couple different custom makers, one of them was that was kind of like what you're talking about. Like he's known now, but he's only 21, and he does like full dress customs, and he's been making since he was like 14.
I'll take that, Bugsy.
Yeah, there's a couple of those kids out there, man, and I love seeing that.
You want S30 or XHP?
S30.
That's the whoopsie one.
Huh?
The Spyderco accidentally made these blades in S30.
I'd rather have S30. I didn't have a great experience with XHP. I hear people that talk about it and love it.
Is that the Slish buoy?
I did not have a good experience with it. That's a Techno, isn't it?
That's a Techno.
The Techno.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, they made a couple of them accidentally in S30, and it's a nasty little knife.
We were talking about that today on your favorite YouTubers live stream, Stevie, on Tri-State. And I thought I was going to start some shit when I told them that S30 has higher edge retention than MagnaCut. And I was shocked at how many of them are like, you're 100% right. I've tried both, and S30 has higher edge retention. Like, we all just but it was easy to convince yourself because when you looked at Outpost 76's chart, Brian's MagnaCut did outcut. It outcut S90V. But you got to keep in mind that's apples to oranges. You're talking about Brian's geometry, and Brian's heat treat versus a production knife.
But here's the one thing that you're not counting for, though, Shane. So the difference between S30 and MagnaCut is you can run MagnaCut because it's more stable. You can run it thinner, so you can create the geometry to get it to where it's going to outcut.
Yeah, because on Larry's chart, it was the exact same geometry, exact same.
We born you, Stevie.
Exact same thickness, but you're right, Kyle. He could have ground the MagnaCut thinner, and it could have took it, and it would have outdone the S30. I'm just saying if you have a choice, and edge retention is more important to you, you're going to buy a PM2.
Okay, then explain the chart that Pete did on the mules. Same geometry, and MagnaCut outcut every other mule.
I don't know.
Seems a little suspect to me.
It's a great world we live in, though, that all the stills are this damn good that we can nitpick between a few more feet of cardboard.
Speaking of knife tubers, did you guys see my newest meme that I made? There could be some people. There could be some people in the chat that have never seen this before. Here you go. Here's the newest meme that I made.
All right.
That poor antelope.
That's hilarious.
That's the best one yet, Stevie.
Stevie, you have definitely alienated yourself, dude. They're never going to be your friends.
Nope.
I guarantee you, if you wanted back in that chat group, the ones that talks about all the people over here in the chat and how gullible they are and how easy it is to get their money, I bet if you wanted back in that chat group, even Lefty would let you in, and he would be bombarded with private messages. Why the fuck is Stevie back in? I think you probably have.
Y'all know
you may have a worse chance of getting back in it than I do at this point.
It's because you've been kissing ass lately.
And I left before I probably would have gotten bounced, but you know what I did right before I left, right?
You added that guy they were talking shit about.
Yeah, everyone was talking about those 704 tactical knives.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, why don't we just ask him? And I added him to the group, and then I tagged him in it. I'm like, hey, these guys have a lot of questions for you.
Yeah, they were not. They didn't have the same energy with him there, did they?
They panicked so quickly and removed the video, and I'm like, all right, man. I was like, this group ain't for me. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. I've apologized to one of them, and you will be thoroughly disappointed. But I know my mental state when I said it, and I went a little overline with KC, so I apologize for that. I'm trying to be cordial towards him. I still don't care for his knives or his channel or any of that, but I owed him a little something because I blew up on that dude. I don't even know if he knew how serious I was. But
I have have
It was not
zero.
even fun.
I have zero ill will towards any of those folks.
Right.
In all actuality,
But I did.
It
when
doesn't mean I
what
think-
said.
it doesn't mean I don't think they're fucking idiots.
Right.
But they think the same thing about me, so it kind of cancels each other out. And so,
Right. Yeah, I did not say anything in jovial fun. I said it in anger. And I also know that some of my favorite people are fans of his and watch his videos. So
yeah,
I made up.
But that's why I told Keith I lay off going over there now because of Keith.
Yeah.
When Keith had to ban me, I was like, "Oh, you sell out." I'm like, Keith. I'm like, please tell me. What I said was, I was like, Keith, please tell me it was at least you that banned me. And he's like, yeah, I gotcha. And I'm like, all right, man. If it's gonna be anyone, I can take it because it's you, Keith. I get it. But yeah, the gay boners got and all the other subsequent accounts have all been Keith. And Keith is like one of my favorite humans in the world.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care, and I don't think they need to pick sides.
You can't have a 2-minute phone call with Keith the Knife Freak and him not be one of your favorite people. Instantly, he becomes one of your favorite people.
I miss Mike. Where's Mike been?
Mike.
Hawker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Hey, gay boners, Mike Hawkhurts.
I think it's hilarious for like 3 months behind the scenes, we were all guessing who Elite Turd Burglar was. And then I mentioned it one night that we didn't know who it was. And Ed's like, it's me. It's Ed. It's always been me. No, just nobody's asked.
Oh.
It was been Ed. He wasn't even trying to hide it. He's like, nobody's asked.
I had no clue.
Yeah, just Ed. You remember?
Yeah, I know who Ed is.
Yeah, that's Elite Turd Burglar.
Oh, okay.
Well, everybody thought it was Kyle. I thought it was Kyle. Even when Kyle told me it wasn't him, I still thought it was him. But yeah,
wow, thanks, Shane. Appreciate you trusting me, dick.
Well, I just thought you were trying to ride that one out to the end, Kyle.
He was Nemo.
Yeah. Stevie, are you into emulsions for your stripes? You just cheap stuff.
I got what's her tits sent me some of hers to try out.
Lacey?
Yeah.
That shit was garbage.
A long time ago. That's and then someone sent me some Gunny Glide that I accidentally dumped all over the place. Yeah, I didn't ask her to. She had won a giveaway on my channel and I sent her something. So she had my address and sent me some of her emulsions. I think I loaded up one of Joe's.
Well, if you want some more, she's still selling it on Blade Binge. You can find her on Blade Binge and Pornos. Either one.
I don't. So that's my only experience with it. It didn't do anything
because it was water.
Yeah,
with a little bit of coloration in it. It was shit.
One of my favorite stories, dude, was I didn't give a shit how many people found that out. I just didn't want to be the guy that was spreading it.
But you did.
I know I was the guy that spread it. I didn't want to be the guy I didn't want to be known as that. And Cheeto and I was talking about it. I was like, Cheeto, if you want to see it, I'll send you the link. And he's like, man, I got to be honest. Terry's already sent it to me. And I don't know why I thought that was so funny. I was like, that's fucking perfect. Of course, Terry sent it to you.
Again, so I've never seen it, but I've watched someone's reaction to seeing it. And it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Damn it, Crispy.
Yeah.
I mean, Dopey, if you're into watching somebody receive anal bent over a bathroom sink, it's all right there.
Hey,
It's
more power to her.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I
no,
just think that she was such a fucking liar and then ended up stealing from people and is still selling shit in the community.
I am about to, I've been slowly straightening up my garage and decluttering it. And I think I'm going to have a little spot on my workbench where I'm actually going to set up some sort of sharpening system strop station, just so I can touch things up. Like I've always had a work precision or a work precision adjust or whatever.
I know you won't buy it, but I bought Gary Creeley shit, and this is the only compound I've ever used that I could physically feel it working, and my knives were sharper than I've ever been able to get them stropping them. So
he's that twat that's on Javon's.
Yeah, that's Kyle's buddy.
I don't know.
You feeling something, Shane is saying something.
Right. I can literally.
If it's a good product, it's a good product, man.
It's good, but it's the same abrasives that Gunny uses. The only thing he changed was the application. You know what it's suspended in, and it works really well. This is about at this point, and I've stropped a bunch of knives. I've probably put 15 tiny drops on this. I just spread it around, but it is a little deceiving because it covers in green. This was tan. It turns green, so you think it's just that cheap green, that cheap shit. But I enjoy it.
What the hell happened to Bugsy?
I don't know.
Are those a shrimp in the background? Did he say
her? Those are mini penises floating.
Her compound. I'm not saying she may have very well bought some industrial diamond, but I think it was just water. It would not stay mixed. It was constantly falling to the bottom. It constantly clogged, and then when you did get it on your strop, like you could feel it popping off as you drug your knife. It's no good.
I never. I'm pretty sure last time I cleaned my office, I tossed it out.
Yeah,
Marty, not all of us are giants like you.
It couldn't have been any better if it had been anybody other than Terry. Terry's one of my favorite people. Let me tell you why I love Terry Core. I'm not positive.
TC2?
I have a feeling
Terry or Cole?
That we do not see eye to eye on probably several subjects. However, Terry and I can be friendly and respectful to one another and not give a shit what we think about certain subjects that have nothing to do with what we're doing at the time. So I have a vast load of respect for that guy for that.
That's how, I mean, really at this point, I only keep company with those type of folks these days.
Nice, Wyoming.
Not only that, but Terry, I don't understand how many laser people and how many local sheath guys I've gone through. And they're right here in town. They're going to fucking run into me at the grocery store. And they're irresponsible, undependable pieces of shit. And Terry has been Johnny on this. Like nobody has ever had to wait too long for a knife from me because of Terry. If you waited too long, it's because of me.
So essentially, what you're saying is that Terry's he's a dependable piece of shit.
Yeah, he's fucked up. He's fucked up like me.
Yeah,
that's why we can see eye to eye about that. That dude's life is fucking chaos. But you know what? He gets up every day and he does exactly what he tells me he's going to do.
Absolutely, man.
And you'd think that would be easy to follow, but it's not.
I got all the respect for Terry, man.
Yeah, man.
Nothing like a backhanded compliment. Your life's chaos, but you're a good dude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he knows, and I know Terry well enough to know that he's not offended. So
I finally found it.
Did you? You've been gone all this time looking for that thing?
Yep.
That's the one you were bragging about that you've put through hell.
Hold on. Where was it, Bugsy?
Yeah, there's a good question.
Where was it?
It was in my AK rifle bag. I completely forgot that I brought it with me to the range because sometimes I'll like reshape the bottom of the post to stick it in the ground.
Oh, okay.
I love a guy that has to designate the difference in his bags. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. It's got every AK thing I have.
But let me ask you this, buddy. Do you put your cheaper accessories in with your AK bag than you do your M4 bag?
No. Some of it's more expensive. Depends
I'm not talking about gun accessories. I'm talking about all the shit that you put in a bag that doesn't go on the gun. Like
No, so
the knife, the flash, all that other shit. Is it the same price as the stuff in your M4 bag? Or is it cheaper?
it's actually more expensive.
Oh, well, that's odd.
Because my
everybody
AK,
I know with multiple setups will have.
I wish I could show you my AK setup. It's an extremely expensive setup.
You running a Fuller? You got Jim Fuller?
Pretty much, but I made it myself out of stuff.
Zenico parts?
No,
Furniture?
it's Troy made a battle rail for the AK for like a couple of months. And it's a full length rail, so I can run flashlights or lasers up front. And it's really nice.
I'd love to get a Jim Fuller.
Yeah, me too. I'd like a shorty though. I want like a
105.
I forget what he calls it, and I forget what they call it. I don't know. Like you only really need like a 10-inch barrel with a 7.62
crank
by 39. So like I would love that with a nice can on it.
Somebody's asking about your knife, Bugsy, before we get too far away from it. The big knife.
Oh.
What was that, a cold steel or a K-bar? I don't remember what you said.
Yeah, it comes in this sheath, right?
Yeah.
And it comes with bright neon green handles on it, but it also comes with the black scales with it. This is called the K-Bar Zombie War Sword. And it's about as gimmicky as you can get, I thought, until 10 years later, and I've barely sharpened this, and I process trees and wood and everything with this thing.
Nice.
There ain't nothing better than buying something cheap and it working. They're just doing exactly.
And you know what else? Check this out. Not only does it come with that knife. Hold on, let me get this one out before I make a mistake I regret.
That's usually where the shortcoming comes. Usually if it comes with a smaller knife, the smaller knife is fucking garbage.
It's hard to get to.
Yeah.
But it's a nice little skeleton knife with a real nice tip.
It's hologram too, isn't it? It looks hologram.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a super deep hollow, but.
Yeah, maybe. But the tip is nice enough where, like, if you really need to get into something, you know, that you can't do with, like, this, it comes with this. This was $40.
Nice.
Yeah. There's some stuff out there, like, Stevie, I've got a Chinese pet on my PCC. The only issue I can find with it is that in night vision, it's got a little more flood than I think it should have. Now,
and where it holds zero.
Your main beam is fine. Yeah, it's you'll lose about. I know in a couple hundred rounds you'll lose about a quarter MOA. I don't think that's bad for $95. Like legit, the only time I would ever turn that on, it'd have to be a really shitty situation.
Right.
But the green laser holds zero. The 1,000 lumen flashlight works great. Dude, for $95, I don't give a shit how many 8-year-olds it took to put it together. It's worth that money. Yeah.
Think of Ling Ling in her hands.
Yeah. I'll say this, Bugsy. I would never buy a knife with a saw in the back of it because I've never had one that wasn't made out of tin and with a complete piece of shit.
This is literally like, this is a monster knife. This is a gray man knife.
Yeah.
The entire thing is chisel ground.
Oh.
That's why I was going to show it to you.
Yeah, but there's nothing gray man about that.
That's the is that the Infidel or something like that?
This is the Nile Warrior or something like that.
Okay.
Well, it'd be way cooler if you had an Infidel knife in your AK bag.
So this is what I was carrying around on the island.
What's up, else?
Yeah.
Because it's just everybody else has a machete.
Yeah.
This will break. This is breaking your machete. You know.
Is it heavy though?
It's super thick. It's like 1/4-inch thick steel.
Yeah.
It's heavy as a bitch.
That's a cool knife. And it's cool that, you actually have lived a life where you've got to use it, so I can take your word for it that it's a decent tool.
I mean, it's okay. It's not really good at slicing, but it's meant for just hacking shit up. It's
Hacking.
just like a
Yeah, that's a hacking tool.
yeah.
Oh, by
I
the
got a
way,
lot of
guys,
other stuff for
in
slices.
case y'all didn't know, I know some of y'all are fans of the Cold Steel Spec 9 shovel. Midway has a special on the shovel and their camp axe for like $54. That's a pretty good
Right.
down. But let me show y'all something about the axe. I do have a complaint. I don't think it's going to matter no more than I'll use it, but I do want to show you something about the axe. I was a little disappointed in Cold Steel on this one.
Don't show your butt
I'm not.
Pull Acryli's blades.
I have on pants.
or lack thereof, but I should say. So what do you got going this week, Stevie? You traveling at all?
Yeah, I leave for Salt Lake City on Tuesday.
Marty's
Oh.
favorite place.
Marty's favorite place to go.
So you're not going to be able to make Texas?
No, every year Texas is up in the air, and I would go if I could, but I have stuff bookend. I don't want to travel 3 weeks in a row. I always try to take a week off in between traveling.
Right.
And it's just too much to do this year. But yeah, no, I leave for
I don't know if
Salt Lake
the
City on
camera's going to
Tuesday
show
morning.
this or not. It don't look like it. On screen, I can't see it, but I promise you in real life, this axe is curved to one side. But again, I got it, and I already had a Spec 9 shovel, but Meathead didn't, so I gave him the Spec 9 shovel to put on his side-by-side because he's always out clearing land and shit. So technically, I gave $54 for the axe. It's not worth $54, but it has a slight curve to it. But like I said, no more than I would ever use it for this and the combat shovel.
Those things scare the shit out of me.
What?
Those things.
The axe?
A hatchet. For me, the only reason I would ever use a hatchet is to attack a human.
Right. Oh, I've got the Cold Steel trench. What's it called? The tactical. Yeah, it's just a fucking knife blade with a big handle.
So you asked me if my AK stuff is cheaper than my AR stuff. I'll tell you
I
right
wasn't
now.
talking about your gun accessories. I'm talking about the stuff you keep with it. The bag itself.
This is in the bag.
Flashlight. I know, but that's a gun accessory.
Bugsy, is that a scalar work?
Well, just tell me this: the knife you've got with that kit, as nice as the knife you've got with your M4 kit. Let's start there. Okay, fair enough.
Because I have.
Because when I had an AK,
actually, this is the one that I carry with my M4 stuff.
Oh, okay.
This sits right behind the mags, and there's two. You see the yellow pieces?
Yeah.
Those are like spring loaded. So when it goes automatically and clicks into the sheath, or when I grab it out, it's locked until I grab those. But it's made out of titanium, so it's right there. It's super lightweight. I barely notice it's thin.
I look familiar, Stevie. I'd show it to you, but you wouldn't know what brand it is or what steel it's made out of.
Cheetah, that's your ankle bracelet.
You never know who it's made by.
No, you'll never guess.
So this is another reason why my AK gear is more expensive than my M4 gear. Everything is no Velcro. So this is like
trying to buckle that up.
Super quiet gear to get to the mags.
I'm not sure I can walk through a door with this thing on.
They're like parachute loops.
Look at how bulky that is. That's a double mag. I gotta get another one though. I gotta get one that holds Glock mags for my. That way I have a M4 chest rig and a
what's up,
3cc chest rig and all this for a guy that passed out in his fucking driveway yesterday. I knew what Steve was sitting there thinking. I was thinking that motherfucker passed out in his driveway. Don't even know why, and he's over here showing off his chest rig. So let's just get that story out of the way. I had been awake for 27 hours. I'm not going to talk about why, but it was pain related. Anyway, I've been awake 27 hours. I was tired of laying there in pain. So I got up, went ran some errands. After my last errand, I felt a little lightheaded. and I realized that I hadn't ate in 21 hours. I drank, but all I drink's water now. The key to getting my A1C under control. And so I get home and pass out. When I got out of my car, I just planked, just fell straight over backwards on my back, passed out cold in the driveway. And that's where my daughter found me. Yeah. The scary part was when I woke up, like my legs and hips were sore because they were like convulsioning. So I have no idea what happened to me. My blood pressure's good. My blood sugar's good. I went by the fire hall. They did an EKG. It was good. So I don't know. I just know I checked out yesterday. But talking to the nurse, she told me, she's like, for years you've been running at probably 400 on your blood sugar daily. I was like, yeah, absolutely. She's like, now you're down to normal, around 110. Yeah. She's like, so what happened is you ate after you starved yourself for 21 hours. You ate, and your pancreas kicked in and dumped some insulin in your system, and the insulin hit you before the carbohydrates in the food hit you, so you went hypoglycemic and passed out. Now, that's an over-the-phone RN diagnosis, but I go to the doctor Tuesday. But I cannot. I'd rather fall over dead of a heart attack than have something happen to keep me from working again, at least for a little while. I don't care. I'd work in a fucking wheelchair. I just do not want to be shut down again.
No offense to those who are in wheelchairs.
Right. But dude, I mean, I've been damn near bedridden for 6 months, and it was destroying my mental health. It was just bad. But,
So what?
I just realized that this dude's logo is a bald eagle.
that's badass.
I thought it was some sort of. I thought it was like some sort of mask, like deer. Like
I don't know for sure. I think that's a lady.
Oh.
Stevie, I am also well aware that the only purpose I could ever serve is to defend one spot. Hey, man, you sit right here. If anybody comes through that, you shoot at them. I understand that's all I'm good for anymore, and I'm fine with that. I don't have any illusions of grandeur. I'm not kicking a door in. I'd fall down if I did.
We gotta fall down.
Up a hill. But, you know, if you're into that kind of thing, though, you need to be realistic with who you are and what you're capable of.
Absolutely.
And you can still be a prepper, if that's what you want to call it. You just have to gear yourself to do what you can do. You know, I have no intentions of walking off in the woods and building a shelter. If you come looking for me, if you find my truck, I'm going to be within 100 yards of it.
Now you got trees to make this melt.
I may have tore something in mine. My hips still hurt. It doesn't hurt like I broke bone. It's just sore.
You just got a deep bruise.
Yeah. Well, there's no bruising. My wife looked. There's no bruising. Can you imagine, Kyle? She had to look at that.
Poor lady.
Stevie, last weekend I was out with the boys.
You didn't send it to Stevie?
I know I didn't send it to him.
Well,
I wouldn't dare send it. Don't you dare send it to Stevie. That should have been
right now.
Somewhere.
It's going to him right now.
So anyway, we'd been drinking, and I walked in the bathroom and left the door open.
Free.
Left the door open on purpose and just dropped trowel, kindergarten style, taking a leak. And Meathead walked in behind me and took a picture of it. Now, let me say this.
I don't want to see it.
I thought it was hilarious until I saw the picture.
Too late.
I had zero idea what losing 140 pounds did to me. My ass is literally this wide. If you see the picture, it's embarrassing, so I don't want it out. But, dude, it doesn't look human. It's like, how can a set of shoulders rest on top of that narrow an ass?
Kyle, I'm not going to open your
Kyle, you promised me, dude. I sent you that.
Sent you that in confidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is Stevie. You've told Stevie shit that I've said in confidence too.
Just go ahead, open it, Stevie. Just don't zoom in. I just want you to see. Yeah.
I got it on my watch.
Don't zoom in on the wiener and post it on your page.
No, there's no wiener. And I'm not kidding. I mean, Kyle answered with a picture of Gru, and that's perfect. I am Gru at this point.
You pulled the butters.
That shit is hilarious.
You pulled the butters, just dropped your pants and started whizzing.
Well, see, they were all right behind me playing spades, so I knew they'd see me. And I did it to be funny. And then Meathead took a picture. Yeah.
You're welcome for those nightmares, Stevie.
We were going to blow it up and frame it and hang it in the bathroom because there's a lot of cool shit in the bathroom. And the next day, Zach was like, so, you still want me to hang that in the bathroom? I was like, no, man, we probably shouldn't. At this point, I think about 5 people have seen it, and that's 4 too many.
I can't get it out of my head.
Do me a favor, Kyle. See if you can figure out the ratio in width versus my hips and my shoulder.
I don't want to look at it. No.
I bet it's 3 to 1.
Yeah,
it's pretty analytical.
Study that picture.
Yeah. No.
Zoom in, see how many dimples you can count.
How many of the ratios, and then the statistics.
Yeah.
Run them back.
You ever seen the back of a Marine's head where they've always got those ripples? Yeah, I have a huge neck roll, but it's one. Yeah, but how a lot of Marines have the multiple lines. That's the bottom of my ass. It's just line after line after line.
No, your ass looks like a golf ball. It's got so many dimples on it.
I've never seen anything that ugly.
I see a little 41 millimeter.
Yeah,
circle.
that's as close as you need to see it, Steve.
That's all I need.
I promise you, if you zoom in, it gets way worse, dude. Yeah.
Who do you think you would send that to that would actually zoom in?
I'm just telling you, don't. Because I thought it was funny until I zoomed in. And then I was pretty disgusted with myself. Like, I've got creatine ordered on its way now. I've got to start building some muscle back up. My little legs ain't about that wide. Oh, it's bad. It's in the sprinkle pit. I had more ass within the sprinkle pit than I do now.
Killing me.
Middle rail
It's
up
really out the shoulder.
I saw that
You're exactly right.
that rose that you donated to the auction last night. That was badass, dude.
It looks like my ass looks like a set of half-open blinds.
You know, on that auction last night that they had for Blade Walker, that broad pulled a Colton and ran up a bid and then backed out of it, man.
That sucks.
Oh, shit. Why didn't backed out?
Yeah, that MPG broad.
Doing that stuff, man. That sucks.
That MPG broad bid on a like Katuo for 150. It was at like 60. She bid 150 and won, and then like a minute later was like, "Hey, I didn't think that I'd be the winning bid, so I can't get that."
Oh,
so they ended up running it again, but I was like, "Dude, that's whack."
Yeah, that is whack. She's
That
always
was
a
whack.
cool chick, but she shouldn't have done that. I get it. She was probably trying to do something nice.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a douchey thing to do.
Shane, here you go. That's Shane.
That is so close. You guys don't understand how correct that is. You just saw it, Stevie. Is that not pretty close?
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
I felt bad, man. I called Derek. I was like, Derek, you know I would have donated something to help. I don't even know Blade Walker, to be honest, guys. I wouldn't know him if he was on here. I feel bad that he's having a hard time. I would have been glad to donate a knife.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising because Meredith is cool.
They had way more than they ever needed.
I think they raised a fair amount, though.
Oh, good.
Was Derek on there? I didn't know they even did it last night.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to hate on her for it, but she did make a mistake. That wasn't right. But I did shit that wasn't right for her too. So.
She's actually a very nice lady. So that kind of surprises me. It could have been a mistake. Who knows?
And we don't know. She could have, her husband would have been like, we ain't doing that. There's no telling. But it's still
Well,
wrong.
Well, her own words were,
I
"Hey,
didn't think it would go that high.
can we do this again? I thought I was going to be outbid."
Yeah, I get it.
And genuinely,
But yeah, I appreciate you showing that. That's the first time I've been able to see the cobalt blue pins.
Stevie, I agree, and I'm not gonna argue with that. But I would say, devil's advocate. Maybe she
Sure,
thought she
no,
was
I
doing
get
it, maybe doing a
I
good
get
thing by
it.
trying to help.
I'm not trying to condemn the lady by any means. By any means, I don't know her. I've heard very pleasant things about her, so I'm not here to condemn her. It's definitely it ended up selling again for I don't remember how much, but it sold anyway. So I guess no harm, no foul. I got fucking the couple times I tried to bid. Of course, old 2 Chainz had to swoop in and I'm not getting outbid.
Yeah, that's it. What's up, Dalton replacement?
Oh, is Dylan here?
Yeah, the lesser half.
I mean, if you can't get Dalton, we'll settle for Dylan.
A bar ass Dalton.
Yeah, bar ass Dalton.
that
Dylan
was,
Mallory has shocked me at how funny that dude is. Like he's not constantly throwing shit at the wall to see if it sticks. Funny, but dude, every now and then he just quietly sneaks in and drops one of those slow burn bangers on you. That it takes you a minute to realize how funny it was. Yeah.
But no, that was super cool of Dylan to invite him on Friday night.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I know.
Yeah, he won't steal your knives, Dylan. Just your heart.
Just your heart. Oh. Well, hey guys, I'm gonna have to jump off of here. It's Zoe's on her way home. We got a couple of things to do as a family tonight before the weekday starts. So
nice.
Family time is way more important than this bunch of losers.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah.
So, fun hanging with y'all. Bugsy, Kyle,
Good
Shane.
to see you as always.
So Stevie, I take
Thanks,
it you're not going with Bing and Bugsy to get the beef rib.
I'm willing to give it a try.
If I don't get to go get that beef rib this year at Blade Show, I'm gonna be highly upset.
Yep, me too. But you know what? Their burger's killer, so I'll get that too.
I'll give it another try, man. We had a bad night.
Yeah, I was shocked when y'all told me that y'all didn't like it. I was shocked.
But
I've never met.
It's kind of like spaghetti. Everybody's got a different idea of what it should taste like, and it's hard to please everybody with it. So I don't know.
Every year I go over there with Steve, and Steve's a chef, and he's always raving about even their sides, collard greens, and everything.
Yeah, then we can eat at Steve's house sometime.
The location we went to in the night that we had, it was off.
Yeah.
Or the other possibility is y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
See, you got to be there right at 11.
It's one of the
because they only have so many beef ribs. So if you're not there in line when they open up that day, you're not getting any beef rib.
All right. Well, I'm down to give it a try.
I've ate Steve's cooking, Bugsy, and you're right. He's a phenomenal chef. But the last time I was at his house, Charlie cooked for us.
Good night, y'all.
She's a very, very good cook too.
Yeah, the shoemaker's got no shoes, man.
I expected that because she's married to a chef, but I literally sat there. She handed me a canned drink, and when I took the first bite, I thought I'm only going to be able to eat about 6 bites of this because I'm going to have out of the drinks. I'm talking about, dude, she lit me on fucking fire. I don't know what you put in that Mexican dish you made us. Jesus Christ, man. And I look over and Steve's daughter's over, not even making a face, and I'm just dying. It was so hot.
Yeah. You got to use that capsaicin.
Yeah, it was some homemade habanero something. But dude, Steve cooked us burgers on the grill at the lake a few years ago and kept melting truffle butter on top of them. Jesus, I had no idea that a little tab of butter could change the flavor profile of a hamburger patty like that did. Like
Yeah,
it
man.
made it that legit made it a $30 burger. You know what I mean? Like it was that fancy tasting. It was good.
I've been dabbling with we have a friend of ours now that makes their own tallow.
Yeah.
And they bottle it in glass jars from their own cows and everything. Like, so
Yeah.
I've been dabbling with that, and that's really good stuff too.
I will say this. I don't enjoy my French fries cooked in it. It kind of, when I did it and I went to a butcher shop and got the fat and rendered it myself, it changed the flavor of the fry too much. Like I ate them. They weren't bad, but I wouldn't do it again. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. The fries were delicious. I fried an egg in some.
Okay.
It fucked up the taste of the egg. I did not enjoy fried eggs fried with a little dab of beef tallow. That was not good.
Yeah, I'm a strictly scrambled guy with my eggs.
I want to try fries fried in duck fat, but I don't know where you get it. I have a feeling it's probably super expensive.
I don't think it's too much, but it's how do you even know? I don't know. With stuff like that, I don't know enough about it. I don't trust a lot of shit. So.
I know I watched Steve Ranella cook French fries in duck fat, and I pretty much believe anything Steve Ranella says.
Yeah.
And they look delicious. So, well, you're up there. They have truffles up in your area, right?
Yeah.
You kind of have to be in a mountainous area for truffles, correct?
Well, I got friends of mine that grow them in their basement, sell them to restaurants and stuff. So.
Okay. Aren't they typically hunted with pigs, like little Vietnamese potbelly pigs? Isn't that the best thing to train to hunt truffles?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I know there's a breed of dog. I know there's a breed of dog that's really good at it.
Yeah, no,
those, from what I understand, even those aren't as good as a little Vietnamese potbelly pig.
Yeah, those pigs are like a gold mine if you can train them up a little bit. They're so smart.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you why. I mean, eggs fried in bacon grease is delicious, but in my opinion, eggs fried in beef tallow, I don't know, man. It completely changed the flavor profile, and I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, you know what else too? Like I noticed, like grass.
You're correct. It comes from ducks, but I don't know where you can purchase it. I don't think ducks will sell it to you. So,
I think you know what else with the tallow. If it's like purely grass-fed beef, like even some of that, like I'm not a huge fan of some of that.
Yeah.
Like I like when I like the grain finished grass-fed beef.
I've got my family's been in the beef business deep in it for a long time. If you pay more for a grass-fed cow or grass-fed steak, you are burning your money, because there is no such thing as a cow that lived on grass and one day they just killed it. Everything has to be finished. Like, you're losing so much money by not finishing it on grain. You're not going to have any marbling. You're not going to have any fat. Your steak's going to be tough and horrible.
Yeah, we actually had cattle for a long time on my wife's family farm.
Yeah.
And we used to get a lot of meat. They just, the freezer was always stocked full of meat.
Right.
But like, her dad, my father-in-law was always complaining, like, I don't like the way it tastes. We got to do something different. And he was always trying to figure out what it was to try to get the cows to taste the way we wanted to.
But it's all in their diet for sure. Let me tell you how they did it there. Now, the farm I'm speaking of is Barnes Herefords. It's a seed farm, so they're just selling sperm. But every now and then, you'll have a calf born that's not making weight, or a mother that's not taking care of her cows. So some stuff gets butchered from here to there. As long as they're doing what they're supposed to do, those cows live a life of luxury, dude. But they finished theirs not on corn, but on malt from the Budweiser plant. So like when they put all the barley and the hops to make that beer, when they've done making the beer, it's still very high in nutrients. So they'd bring it to the farm and dump it out of the back of a diesel, big transfer truck. And it makes the entire farm stink to high. It smells like a 98-degree Sunday and you're walking down an alley behind a bar. It reeks. But man, them cows love it, and it actually gives the beef a really good flavor. Now, of course, Budweiser don't give it away. They make you pay for it. But
yeah, we started just we actually like changed the shape of the area they were in and included some of the trees, and there are like some walnut trees, acorns, all kinds of different stuff.
Yeah.
And that made a big difference.
Beef tallow is much easier to get than duck fat. But in years since we got any, used to get it from a duck farmer in Ontario, but it was a once a year Christmas thing. That's cool, Todd.
Read Drizzy's comment.
Shane, popping in live one time and saying he was hauling bull semen is a core memory for me. Not sure how to feel about that. Yeah, but I don't do it anymore, but I used to run Randy Owen, the lead singer of the group Alabama. He owns a genetics farm. And so, when we would ejaculate all the bulls, which is not what you think it is, and we would take the...
I mean, we.
Well, because it takes 3 or 4 people to do it. It's a big cock, Kyle. We would take it to Randy Owen's place, and he just has these little Chinese women in a lab, and they can separate the male and female sperm for you. So if you want to have nothing but steers, you go back and pick it up. I'm talking about $250,000 worth of sperm in one little tank. You go back and pick it up, bring it back, impregnate your artificially inseminate your heifers with it, and they'll all drop steers. So on a cattle farm, you want maybe a 1 in 20 to be a female. You need to replace your breeding stock.
Yeah.
But not very often. But steers are where the money's at. Because every hamburger or steak you eat, that's a male cow.
I bet he made way more money off of that business than he did singing.
It's crazy to think
Oh
about.
yeah, dude. He's a multi-millionaire. I don't even know what the bill was there, but I'm sure it's fucking outrageous. Boji, you want to hear how you ejaculate a bull?
No, I mean not really, but
They've all heard it.
this is your live.
Prepare yourself because you're gonna.
Hey, can I not hear Kyle anymore?
No, I'm just
here,
talking.
Is he talking now? Because I don't hear him.
Say something, Kyle.
You can hear me now, Bugsy?
No.
It's because Stevie left, I guess.
Yeah, leave and come right back, and I'll tell you how to ejaculate a bull, Bugsy.
He ain't coming back.
Yeah, I might just leave. No.
It's pretty cool when you hear. Well, it's interesting. I don't say it's cool.
You see Dr. Drew's coming again?
But they can separate the sperm. I didn't know that. Yeah.
Oh.
It's got something to do with temperature. At a certain temperature, they will separate themselves. So anyway.
Welcome back.
This is the process.
There you go.
We've got these patches. It looks like a piece of duct tape. It's probably 4 inches by 4 inches. You take that piece of duct tape and you put it on the back of every cow in the pasture. And every day, you're out there all day. So you're seeing these cows all the time. And as soon as you see one of those stickers, and when I say stickers, dude, it would literally peel your scalp off. It's that good a sticker. When you see one of those start to turn pink, that means that the female cows are humping each other. When they go into heat, cows are stupid animals. The females will mount each other and start humping and rub that gray off, and it turns hot pink. When that happens, you know that they're about to become open. Their ovaries are going to accept sperm. So you take your bull. This is the part that blew my mind. You take him in the little pen where you ejaculate him, and you'd think you'd take one of those female cows in heat and put it in there to excite him, but no. You take a young steer, a young steer in there, because most people don't see this, but when those steers are young, about once a week, if you don't keep them separated, that dominant bull will mount him and spray it all over him to remind him who the fucking man is. That's the only purpose, is to establish dominance.
Who's the boss?
Right. Well, then the other thing that blew my mind is they don't pump. Like literally, you put that steer in there, and that bull, you'll see his eyes get all big, and they've got this little bench for him to put his front feet on, and you take this huge cube and you just slide it onto his up to his penis, and as soon as he feels it touch it, he goes, and he's done. As soon as he hits and bottoms out, he fills the tube up, he's done. Then you bring the next bull in and do that. So you take all that sperm to Randy Owens' place. They separate it, bring it back. By then, all the stickers are pink, and you artificially inseminate all of them.
See, my mind goes to what happened to all the people with the trial and error trying to get that process down.
Right. Well, I felt bad for a while. I was like, "You're telling me these bulls never
Lots
get
of
to have
sore
sex?"
hands.
He's like, "You're telling me these bulls never get to have sex?" And he's like, "No, they all get to have sex, but it's really easy to tell if they're pregnant. And the ones that didn't take from artificial insemination, they put them in the cat pasture with the bulls, and they actually get to do it that way. The problem is they're bad about, because the bulls are so big, they're bad about injuring the females.
Yeah.
You don't want too much sex going on.
Damn it, Crispy and Terry.
Yeah. That's how I made it my age now. Exactly, Crispy. Just, and you're done. Yeah. It was, I know you guys think it's funny when I tell these stories, but I was very interested. It's crazy to see what goes into feeding this country.
Yeah.
Like Bugsy said, if we just left cows out in the field to do things on their own, there wouldn't be enough meat. Or beef would be $100 a pound. Like
Well,
the
and
only
that,
reason
and
why we can get beef in the grocery store and on your table is because of farms like the one I worked at, trying to figure out how to, because cows usually procreate at about a 40%, a 40% chance of her getting pregnant and taken. And with artificially inseminating, it's up to 86. So,
we were taking a bull to get butchered, or we were getting him ready to get in the truck to get butchered a couple years ago, and he was standing there, and we were putting the pens up near him.
yeah.
And he literally just picked his legs up and jumped the thing, like from standing still, jumped clear over the, like, I don't know, 5.5 foot, 6 foot.
So I had a video one time, Bozy, of a farmer that had this rambunctious bull, and he ended up having to replace all of his, but he had barbed wire at 8 feet. The next day, the bull was out in the road. So he put it back in there, and he bought a game camera and put it on a post. It didn't even get a run and go, Bugsy.
Yeah.
He walked up to that fence and looked at it and just sprung.
Yeah.
Straight. You're talking about a 2,000-pound bull just sprung straight up over an 8-foot fence. They can all do it.
Like it's not even there.
Yeah, they can all do it.
Are you saying I have a bull as a neighbor, Shane?
Huh?
Are you saying I have a bull as a neighbor?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, never turn your back on one, Todd. You're right.
The problem is, I live in New Jersey, and the bull ran down the street to a nice horse farm where they breed horses, and there's all these yuppie people that don't understand that now we got to bring the butcher to your property and kill the bull here, because if we do anything else, it's putting your horses and everybody else in danger.
Right.
And so we had the lady trying to pay us to not do it.
People don't understand how dangerous they are. Hell, a female cow's dangerous. You don't understand.
Yeah.
If you ever touch one,
yeah,
it is
rock
the
hard.
exact same as touching a concrete wall. Like their skin and hair does not move at all. It's just solid like stone.
Yep.
And if they bump you, they could just barely nudge you and put you on the ground, stomp you one time, you're dead. It happens. It happens all the time. That's why farming is such a dangerous occupation.
Yeah. You know what did surprise me though is
and
how
they are
tough.
stupid. Don't ever feel bad
pigs
for
are.
a cow. That's the dumbest animal on the planet Earth. Yeah. And we had one, Buzzy, that we found in the woods. There was a tree that grew out of the ground like a V, and that dumb son of a bitch had reared up. And when he come down, his head was stuck between the two trees. He couldn't get out.
Yeah.
Of course, my brother sent the picture around telling everybody that I'd put the bull there for, you can imagine what reason. But, yeah. They're just dumb.
Yeah, they're really not smart.
Crispy, I believe it's deer, but it's a close second, I think.
What?
The most dangerous, or they kill more people. I
Yeah,
think it's deer.
Deer is number one due to traffic accidents, but yeah,
Right.
they're up there.
They're
just land hippos. They do the same thing. They're a little territorial. They just, if they run over you and that foot hits you in the chest, it's going to break your sternum, your rib cage, crush your heart. You're not living through that.
That's why I don't understand the whole running with the bull thing, and
Most people are idiots.
Plus how they treat them too. I mean, they're constantly hitting them with like darts and shit to try to get them mad during that whole process.
Yeah, you don't want one mad.
It's pretty good.
I'm not even talking about like rodeo Brahmas, dude. We're just talking about, well, some of the meanest bulls I've ever seen are just some mutt bulls out of Louisiana. Them swamp cows. There's so many predators down there. They've just they're all badasses. They should all have fucking barbed wire armband tattoos, and them damn swamp. Them swamp bulls are mean as shit.
Those boar you got down there are mean as hell too, man.
Yeah. Yep. And talk about devastating.
Yeah.
There's a problem. There's one problem with them bulls though. With all that weight and all that anger and all that testosterone literally just pumping through their system, ain't none of them got a chin. If you hit them on the forehead, they are going down. I'm sure y'all seen that video of the little goat and the bull facing off, and the goat jumps up and hits him, and the fucking bull falls over unconscious. They're easy to knock out. I'll just say that. But you better hope to God you hit it right. Because if you're in that situation, because I've had to do it. I dropped one right in the insemination chute. She came at me. I had nowhere to go. I killed her in front of her owner. I immediately started apologizing. He was like, "That's a $200 mutt cow, son. It's like it'd cost me $2 million in a hospital bill if you'd lived." So you did what you had to do. What amazes me is how tough they are, though.
Yeah.
I've seen these guys come out there. The cow's just standing there, no anesthesia, and cut a door in her side, peel the meat down, cut her stomach open, see what's inside of it, sew it back up, flop that thing back up, and duct tape it on. Go on about his day.
Yeah, they put those ports in, like at the veterinary schools.
Yeah.
They have cows on the campus, and they put the ports in so they can just stick their hand in there.
All this is happening because we all got lazy, and somebody's dad didn't teach them how to take care of themselves, how to provide for themselves. So now farmers are having to do all this shit, and they literally spend millions a year for specialists to come out and do particular things because we can't raise our own food anymore.
Yeah, but I can't go hunting, Shane. Like if I go try to find dinos for my dino nuggies, they're extinct. I can't.
I understand. And what are you going to do when the supply of dino meat finally runs out? I mean, it's been a couple million years, Kyle.
Well, don't worry. They're going to 3D print everything you need.
Right. So I can't imagine bugs. I can't even imagine being face to face with a moose. I mean, I understand why they carry 44 Magnums in those areas, but I don't want no part of no moose.
No,
I can imagine Todd Carr taking down a moose with a Victorinox.
Yeah, Todd Carr killed it, cleaned it, and smoked it all in one day with a Victorinox. What is that?
It's a Spyderco dog tag.
Oh, that's right. Bugsy is desperately trying to change the topic of conversation.
No, I'm just keeping knives in the background. That's all.
I know. That's fine, man. They've all heard this shit 100 times, and it's probably a little weird that it's so interesting to me. But here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, the shit hits the fan. I drive 1 hour to Cedartown, Georgia, and me and my brother can keep everybody we know and love fed. So,
Yeah.
If
gonna
shit
be
hits the
important.
fan, I'm going to Krispies.
It's going to be important coming up soon, guys. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a.
Get to know your neighbors.
I hate those doomsayer. Like, I used to watch that Canadian prepper guy.
Yeah.
And I used to watch Black Scout Survival, but now every one of their videos is the world's ending tomorrow. They're just full of shit. And Black Scout said something pretty fucking racist to Steve Kalari, so fuck that guy anyway. But keep this in mind. The U.S. and Japan had no intention. First of all, the U.S. had no intentions of getting involved in World War II. The only reason we got involved in World War II is because Japan bombed Pearl Harbor. The only reason Japan bombed Pearl Harbor was because we restricted their access to oil. And we just literally cut off China's access to oil. I'm not saying it's going to end the same way. I'm just telling you.
They don't have the capability that they think.
You don't have to be a fucking full-blown conspiracy theory prepper. But every week, from this day forward, when you go to the grocery store, take a $10 bill and buy a fucking bag of rice and a bag of beans, and every plastic jug you empty, fill it full of water, put it in your carport, put it under your cat, put it wherever, and hope to God that all that shit rots one day when you're in the ground dead. Because for $10 a week, you can feed your family for a week with one bag of rice and one bag of beans. You're not going to enjoy it, but it's everything you need to survive.
Yep, it's going to be important.
MREs. You can have all that, but at least do that for a couple of months. You'll have wasted $80. And if you like beans and rice, you can always still use them. But
yeah, gas is going to get stupid expensive.
Yeah,
there's no way around it.
How long do you think Javon tried to hole up in a Taco Bell? How long he'd last there in the world situation?
Well, actually, you know what, man? Javon would have a better chance than y'all think he would. Javon's, first of all, he'd have a better chance than I would because he's still mobile. You know, Javon could walk 100 miles to somewhere if he had to. I cannot.
Javon would also try to chase a squirrel and eat it.
He'd probably catch it. Javon's a lot quicker than you fucking think he is. When he was talking about dumping Donnie Bless on his back at Blake Show, I didn't doubt him. I acted like I did. But the reason I say that is I will never, ever bet against a guy that wrestled in high school for 1 year. I would never bet against that guy, even against a fucking tough street fighter with no training.
In about 4 years.
Dude, I watched a fight. This dude's outweighed by 70 pounds, and I mean 70 lean muscle pounds. And everybody thought there's no way in it. This dude's going to get his ass whipped. And as soon as I saw him change levels to see what that guy's reactions was, I was like, that dude's ass is whipped. Sure, it took about 5 fucking seconds to slam that guy on his face and choke him unconscious. And he had literally had 2 years of wrestling in high school.
I can't do everything I used to do when it comes to wrestling, but that was some of the funnest times, man.
Yeah. And I'm not saying a really good boxer couldn't knock him out. All that's possible. We've all watched UFC. We know that. I'm just saying an untrained guy has little to no chance against a wrestler that has learned just two moves. Just two.
or even just going through the wrestling practices, because I know ours were brutal. And if you didn't do everything you were supposed to do, you just got overtime, and then you just got more
bear
overtime.
crawls and
overtime.
Yeah.
I don't know about yours, Bugsy, but so in the wintertime, that was our season here, and the guys would come in straight from football season and go into conditioning, and those guys just came off season and they're just puking. We'd have 3-hour practices every day after school. You know, you mess up, you're doing bear crawls on the concrete floor. You know, you screw up really bad, you're doing the whole entire run through. You got to actually spend 1 minute wrestling every single person on the team. Like they just would wear you down to a nub.
Yep. And
Get
then
you at the lowest
Saturdays,
possible weight.
Sundays, they didn't care.
Get you at the lowest possible weight you can fight at.
Yeah, I hated it, man. That was the one thing I hated doing. I couldn't really lose weight. I was already at like 2% body fat.
In all honesty, that's the reason why Conor McGregor was the most dominant featherweight champion. Nobody will ever do what Conor McGregor did. But what he was really, I'm not taking anything away from his skill, but what he was actually best at
Cutting.
was dropping enough weight to fight at featherweight when he was so much faster and stronger. He should have been at welterweight his entire career.
Yeah, that's the whole big part
Nobody
of the
at
game.
145 had a chance in hell of beating that guy.
Imagine
no
if
one
they
talks
changed
about-
that in fighting sports. Like you weren't allowed to drop weight from your natural weight.
I agree. I don't think they should be allowed to either.
Well, they shouldn't, because of the fact that people don't talk about how dangerous it is for cutting weight constantly. That wrecks your body.
And that's the reason they get CTE so bad. There's no fluid in their skull to cushion their brain by the time they get in the cage. That's why it's so easy to get CTE.
It's partially cholesterol too. Your brain is made mostly out of cholesterol. When you go on a super low cholesterol diet, even that.
Do you know what testosterone is, Bugsy?
What's that?
Do you know what testosterone is? Well, I know you know what it does, but you know what it actually is?
No,
It's cholesterol. It's pure cholesterol. And that's what the FDA did years ago. They were like, we can't control this population of men. The only way we're ever going to be able to control them is to drop their testosterone. So they released the food pyramid and told kids that they needed to eat 80% grain every day.
Yeah.
And that's caused every health epidemic we've ever had. Fat was never bad for you. It's not bad for you today. It wasn't bad for you 10 years ago. Eggs have never been bad for you. It's all bullshit.
Yep. I totally agree, man. I have a 4-year-old, and we're I grew up out of a box. If it didn't come out of a cardboard box, it came out of some kind of bag. That's just how we grew up.
Right.
But I'm going the exact opposite route. He doesn't even enjoy soda. He doesn't even like stuff like that. Yeah. So I'm happy that I've been able to kind of dodge those bullets.
Bugsy, all I did to lose 140 pounds and get my diabetes in check. One day I came home and I filled up a gallon jug of water and I put it in the refrigerator so I'd always have cold water. But I realized pretty quick I couldn't drink it fast. I didn't like water. I couldn't drink it fast enough if it was ice cold. So I quit putting it in the refrigerator. So I get up in the morning, I go in there and I just turn that gallon jug up. And at room temperature, I could just guzzle it, an entire half gallon, and set it down and walk off. Then that night, I came in, I guzzled the other half gallon. It took 2 years, but I dropped all the weight. I got my A1C under control. All pure. Dude, I still eat cheeseburgers and French fries and pizza and hot wings. I still eat everything I want. I just understand that anything with sugar in it is fucking poison.
Yeah. It's we were just talking about me and my wife were just talking about how we think it's a poison. We literally think it's just some kind of
and they've known it
was like a drug. It's like a straight drug.
They've known it was for decades. And everybody's like, it wasn't even about money. It was about the fear of people rising up and resisting the plan that they had 50 years ago for what's going on right now. They've been planning this shit for decades. They couldn't have done it to the population 50 years ago.
The same story with the atrazine.
Those motherfuckers had too much testosterone for you to tell them what to do. They didn't care if the air conditioning was turned off. They didn't care if the internet went off. So what they did, they dropped our testosterone, got us fat and out of shape, and then made us comfortable. And that was the most dangerous thing that ever happened to us.
Yeah, it's no joke.
As long as the air conditioning's working and the internet's on, ain't nobody gonna rise up and do shit.
You ever hear about the I think it was Kellogg and his experiments with the military rations and all that? Like that guy was a maniac.
FDA millions to lie about on that food chart.
Yep.
That was all. Well, have you ever looked at the history of who the leader of the FDA is from I don't care which administration it is. It's either somebody from Kellogg, or Kraft, Mars M&M.
Yep.
Big
It's
pharma.
always somebody in. Yeah, yeah,
Big pharma now is the last.
yeah,
Quite a few of them have been.
yeah. So the people
Which I think
telling
the
you what's filthy are the people who stand to make billions off you eating their fucking poison.
Yep. It's just a big circle. It's so crazy, man. And you have to like fight people too. Like people just won't listen to you about stuff too. Like like
You're not going to convince anybody of anything. But
I know it's so ridiculous
I've
too.
lost so many viewers on this channel and friends in this community because of what people think I believe. 9 times out of 10, they're wrong. But you can't convince anybody of anything. If it's on fucking TikTok, that's what they believe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. If TikTok or Instagram told it to them, and I get it, man. I was guilty of it too, dude. I quit a few years ago because my algorithm was full of the longer I scrolled, the more far right it got, and I started believing all that shit. We're the ones that are right. All these bitches are evil. No, we're both equally fucking ignorant because we're being fed bullshit constantly. If you ever want to understand why they think the way they do, swap phones with them for an hour. Just open your social media and hand them your phone. Have them open there and scroll and look. On the exact same sites, you'll see completely opposing everything.
Yeah, there's definitely narratives, being shaped for sure.
Not to cut you off, Bugsy. Sorry, Shane. I need to go grab something to eat. I'm getting.
You didn't eat yet?
Hungry. No, I was going to, and I got busy doing all those things. So.
All right, man. It's good seeing you.
Good to talk to you.
All
right, guys. Take care.
But I'm sitting here talking this shit as a 54-year-old man who probably won't make it to 60. I fucking collapsed in my driveway yesterday, but I feel like I can talk about it because I know where it all went wrong.
Well, now because of the Epstein files and all that stuff, we know all kinds of stuff. We know exactly who's running things.
But do we?
What they do?
Because which report do you read?
No,
there's still people saying that Trump was down there sleeping with underage girls. The girls themselves, when interviewed, said they never saw them. He quit going there when the guy got convicted the first time. I'm not defending everything Trump does, but get over it, y'all. Trump wasn't guilty of this thing.
So here's the thing. If there was something that was going to incriminate Trump that was evidentiary in there, they would have brought that out a long time ago.
Day one.
But here's the thing. Why is he stopping everything? Like he's
I can tell you why, Bugsy.
It's too much.
I've got a family member that spent his entire career. He was George H. Bush's right-hand man at CIA. And I kept asking, and he just won't. It pisses me off because I love him. We're really close, but he won't answer my question. But now I realize he can't. Like, he's got to go to the grave with that shit, or they'll fucking snuff him out, or put him in Fort Bragg. But I just kept asking questions I couldn't get answers to. And finally, I just asked him one day. I was like, "Well, can you answer this one?" I was like, "What happened if we all What would happen if we all woke up tomorrow morning and the truth of everything was presented to us?" And he said, "The entire world would cease to exist. Civilization as you know it would cease to exist."
See, for me, that's part of the fear mongering that keeps us in the circle, though. I don't think it's true.
What he meant was there would be a handful of tribes, whatever you want to call them, that made it. He's talking about the world as we know it. What we're enjoying today.
The world as we know it should change. There's too much evil, and there's too much shit going on. There's too much in every aspect.
Yeah.
See, I was reading something about how CPS is involved in trafficking kids. Like, that's the darkness of that.
Oh,
the whole thought process of all that kind of stuff is just, and it's not just a movie. And that's the thing. Like, you can't tell. I was having a conversation with somebody, I forget who, but they were like, "Oh, I can't handle this conversation." And then they went inside and turned on some kind of show about a serial killer, like a on ID channel or something, like.
Yeah.
And I can't for the life of me understand that you can't handle this conversation, but you're gonna immediately go inside and watch a documentary for hours about some guy that methodically did horrible things.
Yeah.
Like,
It don't make no sense. Jesse, I'm sure you
Oh.
thought I put that up there to argue with you, but I'm not. Like I said, he's just not guilty of that particular thing. Probably tons more shit he's guilty of that we won't ever even hear about. But that particular island and those particular girls, he didn't have any part in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the files that he was part of the FBI's, first real looks into.
Oh, they wanted
Epstein
him more
and
than
all
anybody. But you know what they're not telling you was that that's why they killed Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah,
was because Epstein tried to get bad stuff on him, and he wouldn't have any part of it.
Yep, that's what I heard.
Did you see the documentary where all those kids that accused Michael Jackson of that? They're all adults now, and every single one of them are saying none of that ever happened. Our parents and attorneys told us exactly what to say because we were poor and we were going to be rich.
See, the problem with all that stuff,
there's been zero effort to clear that man's name.
There's going to be zero retribution to all the people that did all that, all the lawyers involved, all the other people. They're all still just happily doing their thing. They're never going to get touched, even if all the evidence comes to light. That's what bothers me with all this stuff.
Yeah,
they're telling us. So I feel like they're telling us as part of like a humiliation ritual. This is the country you live in. This is who runs you. And I know a lot of people in a lot of weird circles, and that is part of satanic ritual. Humiliation rituals, hexes, all that stuff. And I don't believe in it, but there's a lot of people that do. And it's just, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
A lot of darkness.
Yeah, and what's scary is that the further you go back, legit, the only president I haven't been able to, and I've dug deep, that the only president that I know for a fact was one of the best human beings to ever walk this planet. He was not a great president, but that was Jimmy Carter. Only guy I can't find not a single bit of drama surrounding. But the bad thing is, the only reason he wasn't a great president is because the Democrats turned against him. They shut down his entire 4 years. Like, Jimmy Carter would never get credit for freeing those Iran hostages because the CIA told Iran to hang on to them. Jimmy Carter talked them into releasing them, and then the CIA told him to hang on to them for 6 months till the day President Reagan was inaugurated, so it would make him look good. That's the kind of shit that we live in.
It's all. It feels like I'm living in like the Truman Show in a way. Like it's all like. I feel like they're trying to make us feel like we live in a movie, and they want to script it ahead of everything. Like there's no. I don't know if I'm just a weirdo, but I see all this stuff coming. Like.
I don't know if you remember this. A few years ago, I remember watching one of the most entertaining and funny episodes of the Joe Rogan podcast I've ever seen. And it was Tom, the lead singer of Blink-182. He was talking about aliens. It was super entertaining. And he said that he had met with I can't remember if it was the CIA, somebody at the White House, I don't remember, but he had met with very powerful people. And they had recruited him to tell the public this stuff, to start releasing it. And they told him, they're not going to believe it the first time you say it, but we want you to start, because, he was kind of a pop icon at the time. If you start talking about it now, it'll be easier to accept once the truth comes out. And I thought that was the craziest shit I'd have ever heard. And then, again, talking to somebody that I know that spent their whole life doing this, they have thousands of people hired to do that. Almost all celebrities are hired to do that. So is it that far-fetched that directors are making movies to normalize something so that it'll just be normal to you 20 years from now?
Well, I mean, it's known
Um,
now through all kinds of like FISA documents and everything that the CIA basically runs Hollywood. The reason Facebook exists is because the feds run it. Like
yeah,
there was a program that they were running, I forget what it was called. It literally ended that whole program, the whole military program ended the day before Facebook was, released.
yeah.
It's I saw some video about it the other day. It's insane. There's it's just a collection device. They're just collecting all the information that they can. They like to see what you say. Yes, no, I don't like that. I do like that. This pisses me off. This upsets me.
Yeah.
That's why there's only so many selections down bottom.
Yeah.
You know.
We're all worried about, putting a piece of tape over a camera on our computer, and every fucking smart TV on the planet is recording you.
They can. I was watching something. They can trace you with your Wi-Fi, the signal itself from the Wi-Fi. Like you can talk to your AI.
Yeah.
And it can see you through the signals of the Wi-Fi, and you can finally eventually like coax it to tell you how it's seeing you
Yeah.
without the camera use. It's, I mean, I don't understand. Have people never seen Terminator? Do they not remember the movie?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's videos of them asking AI,
Yeah.
and it just admitting that the planet would be better off without humans. And I don't know, man, scary shit.
And the crazy part is it hallucinates, and they've caught these things making their own languages to talk to each other, like behind
I've
their
seen
backs
that.
and stuff.
Yeah, I've seen them do that. I can't remember what it's called, but it's just some kind of gibberish, so that they can communicate faster than you can speak or type.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about, though.
And they change it so fast that even if you try to figure it out, like the Enigma machine or something, like tried to like decode it, it's already changed 100 times.
I don't know if this is public knowledge. There may have already been YouTube videos on it, but I got some news recently from a very credible source. You remember a few weeks ago when we bombed Iran and killed the Ayatollah? We killed like 40 of their leaders.
Yeah.
You know how that happened? Mossad has been planning that for an entire decade. Mossad had a double agent as the most highly respected dentist in Iran. Every one of those fucking men had tracking devices in their teeth. They installed them years ago. They've known where they're at 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for years. And that day they were all in one building. And they bombed that motherfucker.
Yeah, there's a reason that the military always makes you go get your teeth checked.
Yeah. Yeah. I bet we'll have a fall. Shit, Dan. It seems like there's one once a month now.
Yep.
Can you imagine our grandfathers believing any of this bullshit?
No.
Or falling or getting in line for any of this bullshit?
Nope.
Would have never happened.
This is a bad one, man. This is a bad move. I think we're too stretched out. We're not like, focused in that area enough to really make a good effect on anything. I think it's foolish. I think we need to get the hell out of there. We definitely don't need to send our guys on the ground over there.
Yeah.
I
I
think
don't know anything about the
all
neo
bad.
conservative movement, but I haven't looked into it. But I'm assuming you're talking about like the extreme right wing, like so extreme you're getting into crowds of racist and violent and all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I just think this war is just gonna. I don't know, man. I think it's a bad move. Bad news.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like I said, that same family member have told me for years that we need to leave Israel the fuck alone and let them take care of themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I think honestly they're holding something over. They got something on Trump. I think because his actions just don't match up. He was the guy that said, no more new wars, all that for years and years, and all of a sudden,
my biggest issue with Trump, and I know I've got buddies that support him, and I get it, and they get mad at me when I say anything negative. But if you can't speak about the negative things your guy is doing, then you might as well have been a Biden voter. Just be blind and not care. But I remember specifically in his speech when Trump said that he was going to round up all of the dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens. Now, put a period behind that, and I agree with it. I don't know a single soul that's not okay with him rounding up rapists and murderers who don't belong in this country and getting them out. Now, what actually happened, I ain't going to get into. My point is, the second thing he said right after that was that he was going to streamline the citizenship program so that all the good, honest, hardworking Hispanic families could get citizenship. Why is nobody raising hell that nothing's been done about that? I think the day he sent ICE agents out to look for illegal immigrants, there should have been a fucking 1-800 number where if you've been here, you're law abiding, you're raising a family, doing things right, you should be able to call. They give you a number. You've got a 12-month window to do these things, and fast track their citizenship. It should be that easy. It should. There's no reason. There's no reason for it to go on a court docket. Our courts are so jammed up and stupid in the first place. We shouldn't have to go to a judge to look at a guy that's been working in the chicken plant over here for 7 years, got 3 kids, doing everything right. He shouldn't have to go in front of a judge.
It's a racket. It's all a money making machine. It's not like, look, I don't think that they have any goodwill or any good intention at all whatsoever.
Yeah.
I think it's all, if there's a good intent, if they say there's good intention,
the one before that,
it's like they say the lies, but in reverse. Like if they're telling you they're doing something, they're going to help we're going to go help the citizens of Iran. Okay, yeah, we're going to bring them some freedom. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's just an example. But
we done that. We went to Afghanistan and brought them freedom.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and then Biden pulled all those people out, and all those women that had took their mask off had their fucking heads chopped off, and kids stomped to death in the street. How'd that turn out?
Yep, everybody that helped us, all the interpreters, all the guys that are.
That's why I was anti-Biden from day one. The day he did that shit, and he let all those Marines get fucked up and killed, we'd let them shoot back. That's when I knew we were fucked.
Yep, and I honestly, dude, I can't stand it anymore. Like, I can't stand everybody is against Trump. There's nobody on his side. Like, when he goes to work every morning, every single person he bumps into is working against him.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. And it's from some other angle because he's working in so many directions at once.
Yeah, they don't have as much power. It's weird. He has more power to be able to drop bombs on another country.
Yeah.
Than he actually does to fix things within this one. He has so much of, but I'm not talking about him as an individual because Biden had the same thing. Obama had the same thing. People want, shit talk about Obama. First of all, Obama was the greatest speaking president we've ever had. We never had a president that sounds smarter than that guy. I never heard him say a word that I didn't agree with. I might not have agreed with how he wanted to do the things, but I agree with it. It's just like the healthcare bill. That was going to work. And whether you want to admit it or not, the Republicans fucked that up. They're the ones that made it way more expensive than it needed to be with that whole single party pay system.
Well, it was also what really killed that was the mandate.
Yeah.
That was it. Once that was in place, it was over. Because even me, I'm not paying you. Fuck out of here. Yeah. If I don't need insurance, I'm not paying you for insurance. Yeah. I've been blessed with that. I don't even have a primary doctor.
I was never under that mandate because I have VA insurance. So I didn't have to have it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it sucks. The administrative side of it can suck, but man, they've saved my life 3 or 4 times. So,
yeah. It's a crazy world right now.
It really is. Yeah. But the part that bothers me, it's not the shitty politics. We've always had the shitty politics, man. It's the fact that we can't come together. We can barely come together and have a conversation about things without people deciding that well, that guy disagreed with me. I fucking hate him now. You know,
Yeah.
Jesse's been in here voicing his opinion. I don't necessarily agree with everything Jesse says. I know Jesse does agree with everything I say, but we don't have to be shitty to each other about it. Because the truth is, I don't agree with your statement of F. Trump. I think it's much broader than that. It's all of them. They're all crooked as shit.
Well, look, I don't think you're even allowed into that echelon without being compromised. That's what. That's.
Think about this, though, Mosey. How much of a psychopath do you have to be to want that much power? You can't even desire that kind of power without being a fucking psychopath.
100%, and they're the only types of people that actually get into that whole realm.
Right.
You know, like
the only person who ever fought it, who didn't even want to be president, was Washington. They had to talk him into it. They had to convince him some piece of shit was going to get it if he didn't go. You know, that dude was a man.
You ever see Shane Gillis's take on that?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. But that is the scary part. Guys, we've been under the power of evil and crooked people for years. I've just never seen it drive people apart and create as much hate between people who the people who are suffering under it.
You know, one thing I have to say though, no matter what comes of all this Trump stuff, he's shined a lot of light in a lot of dark corners, and I'll be grateful for that for a long time, because now there's no doubt. There's no doubt where the damn.
Let me ask you this, Bogey. Do you think if he ever shined that light in a corner and he saw something that was going to cost him or somebody really close to him billions of dollars or their career, do you think he's just going to turn that light off and ignore it? Because I guarantee he is.
I mean, I think
that's human nature, Bugsy.
He's been alive for a long time. I think that he's probably done both. He's probably looked the other way several times, and then there's probably been a few times where he's like, you know what, I'm not looking the other way anymore.
Yes, if you were president and a bill came, let's say you were president and you owned a bean canning company, and a bill comes across your desk, and as you're sitting there looking at it, you realize, man, back here on page 47, there's this thing that's wanting to charge bean canning companies 100% more tax than they were paying before. So you turn your calculator and you type it in. It's going to cost me $27 million a year if I approve this bill. Now, forget the fact that there's other things in that bill that actually help people. Are you going to sign it? Are you going to sign it and cost yourself millions of dollars a year?
I mean, I'm the kind of person I would, but I'm a bad businessman.
Right. I would too. But that's the point, Bugsy. We don't crave that power to be in that position in the first place.
Right. I'll never get that job.
Those people will never sign something that's going to cost them money or their friends.
No, I agree 100%. There's an entire class of, like, I have a lot of friends that have all kinds of crazy jobs all over the place, and it's even some of my friends that are like super high up in, like, Freemasons and all this stuff, and it's all status, and it's all charity, like fake charity shit. Like, I can't, and they they'll constantly, but yeah, man, you should come to the meetings, you should get involved, and I'm just like, man, it's all fake. It's just so fake. I can't.
Crispy, I think that would be, I think that is the most important thing in U.S. politics. I think that would make the biggest change the fastest is congressional term limits. You can't let those same people, and it's not just because they have power for that long. Those people don't even understand the real world. They don't have a fucking clue what it's like to live as us.
Have you seen
so disenfranchised from normal everyday life, just like the elites in Hollywood are? You hear them talking about shit all the time, and you're like, bitch, have you ever waited at a table?
Well, I think a lot of these people
in front of a press and stamped out metal parts all day. They don't have a clue what they're talking about.
I think a lot of these people have handlers, professional level handlers, that, like, even like Mitch McConnell, right?
Yeah.
That guy hasn't done anything of his own mind in probably a decade. He's had handlers and people working for him.
I get where people believe the whole Handler thing, and I'm not saying I disbelieve it. I just haven't looked into it enough, and I don't believe, even if I did look deep into it, I don't know that I would find enough concrete information to speak about it.
They even put handlers on people like Britney Spears. You know, like, so they're definitely going to be doing it to like Mitch McConnell, who's not all there, the poor guy. You know, I mean, not that I agree with him or whatever, but you know, anybody losing their
Let me tell you one of
faculties
the
is
greatest, the most American things I've ever watched. Have you ever watched the congressional hearings when Biden was trying to get that black Supreme Court judge to step down?
I think I've seen clips.
When they were trying to railroad Clarence Thomas out of the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Don't forget, y'all, that was Biden doing it, and it was all a fucking lie.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's a script.
watch his speech. Watch him stare into Biden's eyes, and what he says to him was one of the most American. It was right up there with the "I Have a Dream" speech, dude. It was shorter, more to the point, but every bit as powerful.
Yep.
That's the kind of people I want. If somebody has to be in power, that's the kind of people I want there. But
And then people see that video and turn around and elect Biden like 40 years later.
yeah, have you seen the video when Biden was a state politician and said that there's enough N words in the courthouse as it is. We don't need any more. Yet the black voters voted him in office.
Nice.
There's video of him saying it. It's hard to find because, you know, the FBI made literally forced the guy that owns Facebook and all that shit to scrub it all.
Yeah, see, that's like, why? Why not let these people, like, a lot of it doesn't make any sense. If there's people handling these people, right?
Yeah.
How is it possible to make this many mistakes? The way Biden did, it was absolutely insane to watch
you
him.
can't call a black man a bigot. You know better than that. They can't be a bigot and they can't be racist if they're black. That's the world we live in. And I get that.
Wow.
You know, maybe you have a reason to dislike him. I don't know enough about his, you know, what he's voted for or against to have an opinion. I'm just saying, in that moment, when they tried to railroad him for something he didn't do, it was one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard. It wasn't even a speech. It was just him telling Biden, "You'll fucking drag my dead body out of here."
Yeah,
I'm sure they're all, like I said, they're all going to be real pieces of shit because they have to be that person to even want that much power to begin with. I've talked about this on this live stream several times before, how these top tier special operations guys get out of the military and become famous, and all of a sudden people want to start talking about, you know, what kind of person they are. What kind of fucking person do you think they were?
That's a professional murderer.
That guy signed up for a job where his sole job is to fucking kill people without question. They don't get to know, well, what this guy do bad. No, it's just, here's our target, kill him and his whole fucking family. And that's what they do for a living. I'm not bad-mouthing them, but that's
their job.
What kind of person do you think they're going to be when you put a camera on them?
It's funny when you say that. Like, I have a friend of mine who's like a true blue goody, never harm anything. You know, nobody belongs, you know, doing harm to anyone. Her boyfriend is a MARSOC Marine Special Forces guy.
Right. His job is to kill people.
And you're yelling at me for like eating meat.
The difference between her boyfriend though and these Navy SEAL guys, because a lot of them ended up as CIA employees after. At least that MARSOC guy is only going to kill people under orders of the sitting government. It's not hidden. You know what I mean? They're not out there just killing civilians. Like, you know, if you get on the wrong list, the fucking Delta Force can kill you and your whole family. They do it every day. They've been doing it for years. We never
every Thursday apparently there's a kill list they put out.
I don't know about that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
That's what I heard. I forget who. Some CIA guy on.
Like I said, I've dug deep into all of them, dude. The only person I've ever found that ran for president and won it, and I couldn't find in a single piece of evidence that made me think he was a shit human being, was Jimmy Carter. You know, here's the thing: Republicans love to fall back on Reagan, but if Reagan let those prisoners, those POWs sit, not POWs, those hostages sit in Iran for an extra 6 months after they've been there for years, when they were ready to come home, the fact that he let them sit there so that he would look good on day one of winning the presidency, fuck that guy. What if that was your wife or your kid? And Carter has got them to agree to let them go. And then Reagan comes in and says, just hang on to him for about 6 months. It was literally the day after he got elected, Iran cut him loose. That was the start. That's when everybody held him the greatest president of all time. I was too young to really know what he did during his presidency. Don't know. But that single piece, I haven't even dug into him, because that single piece of information tells me he's a shit human being. And what Biden did to those people in Afghanistan during that pullout was enough. I didn't look any deeper. You're a garbage motherfucker.
I don't know how he wasn't impeached like several times.
Impeachment's not enough. He deserved to be shot in the fucking head for that.
Yeah.
You know, Hillary letting that shit happen in Benghazi. All I need to
see. I don't think
I'm a little partial to my veteran friends. You know, because once you cross them, fuck you in my mind. But
yep. Well, it's my complaints are always in defense of them. They get treated like dogs, and they do everybody's dirty work, and then they get treated like shit when they come home, and that's just, dude, it ain't right.
Bozy, I shattered my ankle 6 months ago, and have been damn near bedridden. And every time I was walking on it, it was popping and crackling and deforming. This is permanent. It can't be fixed. And luckily, I get a community care appointment to a local prosthetics place to get this permanent brace that the VA wouldn't pay for. They'll pay for that big ass boot that you can't walk in, you can't drive a car in it. You're disabled at that point. But the boot that I actually need, they won't pay for it. The community helped me pay for it. I'll never be able to thank y'all enough. But my point is, when I went in, I told this guy, and I haven't even seen a doctor yet, dude. He's like, what do you mean? I haven't seen a doctor. They don't want to see me until I have the boot. He's like, you understand every step you're taking, you're shaving years off of how long you're going to be able to walk. You're walking towards a wheelchair. I was like, yeah, I know. And that dude went in the supply room and stole me a temporary brace to put on. And I've been 80% better ever since. Why not go 6 months without it?
It's like I said, man, they're not. I think like we still want to believe that the systems are in place to try to help us. They want to help somebody. Yeah. And there may have been an occasion here and there where you got help. But if you look around now, man, if you don't have a patient advocate, like no matter what you do, you go to the damn doctor for a flu or something.
Oh, I called the patient advocate at the VA.
Yeah, well,
on the phone, they called the reception desk that I just hung up with and said, Mr. Gables is calling because he says he can't get an appointment. She's like, yeah, we don't have it open until September. All right, there you go, Mr. Gables. That's all I can do. Well, what fucking good are you?
Yeah, no, you need
Here's the thing. Here's the thing,
an angry sister or something.
Here's the thing. I got an appointment within 2 weeks. After a patient advocate told me I couldn't, and the lady that does the scheduling told me I couldn't, I called and just asked for the doctor to call me back. I had to wait a week. And he called back, and I told him what was going on. He told me to be there, not the next day, but the day after that at 2 o'clock. Why? Where's the disconnect? Why did I get an appointment in 2 days when I was being told it was going to be 4 months at the time?
That's what I mean. They're either inept or...
It's because those employees can't be gotten onto. They can't be written up. They say one word, and you owe them $50 million fucking dollars. That's all I got to do. I was a victim of this, and the government's got to pay them. So they just let them sit there and do nothing and pay them $100,000 a year.
That's why I'm glad I'm in the industry I'm in, because there's no way around. Like, you have to be very good at what you do. You can't just be here. You know, you won't make it a week. You know,
There
like
are people, don't get me wrong, dude. I say that, but let me not forget to remind you, there are people within the VA healthcare system that are fucking excellent.
yeah, I've run into a few people here and there,
I
man.
have never met a healthcare professional that works at the VA because they're the exact same doctors as UAB. They just walk back and forth. And UAB is a highly touted medical center. The healthcare professionals aren't the issue. It's the, I hate to use this word, dude. Either way you say it, it sounds horrible, whether you say affirmative action or DEI. But it's the hiring process where a more than qualified white man's the very last person to get that job.
Yep.
I don't care. Hey, great. You've found a way to employ these people and pay them good money. That's awesome.
If they're doing
You
it
have to
right.
make sure they're doing what you're paying them to
Yeah.
do, and they can't, because as soon as they walk in and be like, "Hey, we're seeing that you're not returning phone calls and you're not doing that," or you're only saying that because of the color of my skin, it's over. Fine.
So see, this is working against them though, because like even on like the job sites and everything now, like all the people running the job now speak all Spanish. They're from somewhere where Spanish is their first language. The other guy over there,
What really
he's-
sucks though, Bozy, is there's the lady sitting right next to her, not hired for the exact same reason, and she's busting her ass trying to do her job.
Yeah.
And they're getting mad at her for making them look bad.
but you know,
I sit and listen to these conversations, and she's telling them people's lives are at stake here. You know, we work here to take care of these people.
yeah. Well, you know, it's all going to come out in the wash, like, because
Yeah.
people are still going to, you know, people of talent and people of, you know, maybe even just, you know, they're family members of somebody, but somebody will come up and they'll do a little bit better. But the amount of, like, even in, like, especially in New Jersey, the amount of people that are just like PCs, like
Yeah.
they're not real, they're just kind of like operating around you. It's getting to a point where like it's almost unnoticed, like you have to notice it. These
Yeah.
people literally don't look up from their phones. They don't even
NPCs. They're
Yeah.
like that farmer you walk by on Skyrim that
exactly.
doesn't do anything. He doesn't serve a purpose. He's just there to fill
Yeah,
up
he's like part
1 square foot area.
of some weird simulation.
Yeah.
That's what I'm more and more people I bump into, and like I'm like, hey, you know, I'll say something, and they like snap out of some trance, and they're like, oh, there's a human. What's up? Hey, and they just don't have normal responses. It's really weird.
Yeah. But the reason I brought that up earlier about, you know, why there's not a hotline for these people to call to get, you know, some type of temporary legal status is because, you know, we all got excited when they started talking about bringing production back to the United States. Who the fuck gonna do them jobs?
I mean, I know a lot of people that would.
Moses, I probably got a dozen friends that are business owners, and I can call every one of them right now and ask them, how many employees do you need? I could double my business if I could hire 12. Okay. What nationality do you want them in? I want them all Hispanic. And I'm going to pay them the exact same thing a white guy would make. Because they're the hardest work around here. They're the hardest working individuals. And they don't get, they're not getting hired for less money. They are not. I promise you. They're making fucking bank because they work their ass off. They're responsible. They're not going to steal from you. You know, you see their wives pull up every day at lunch and bring them a plate. And this is a guy making $3,000-$4,000 a week because he busted his ass to do that, to bring him a plate and all five of his what's that called when they're just like a year apart? The stair step kids are walking right behind. They're the greatest human beings that we have around here. I don't know about where everybody else lives, but around here they are. You know, they're God-fearing, they're family people, they work hard. And in the big cities, they may have been programmed to be something different. I don't know.
No, I'm there's just a whole different vibe. Like in up here in the Northeast, there's you know, you kind of got to be able to read the room. Like there's a lot of good Spanish people, but there's also a lot of there's a lot of gangland shit all over the place.
Well, see, we don't have much of that. I'm fortunate enough to live somewhere that you got to go an hour to find that. We just don't
Nah,
have that issue here. Very little of
no,
it. I live in the second safest city in this whole state of Alabama.
yeah,
So I'm
no,
fortunate there, and I didn't
yeah,
pick
you're
it that
blessed for
way.
sure.
It just worked out that way. But that hot rod shop I work at. Have you seen those? Me posting those pictures of that twin turbo big block 2000.
Yeah, sick, man.
Ricardo built that whole fucking truck. That shop would not exist without Ricardo. At any time the workflow gets a little too heavy, it's Ricardo's family members that are coming down there and working. That entire business exists because of a legal immigrant who's been doing everything right, trying for years to get his citizenship, and that is bullshit. That's a failure on Trump. It's a failure on Biden. It's a failure on Clinton. It's a failure on Obama. It's a failure on all their parts.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
need those people.
not to be a dick, but imagine if he just did it the right way, though.
Well, he did.
You know, like
No, he did. He's got a Social Security card.
there's a lot of those people that are somewhere in
He's a
between.
legal immigrant,
Yeah,
but he's not a citizen. A lot of people don't understand that. But the problem is even now, and I've talked to them, like when all this came up and people started getting mad at me, I reached out to hear it out of their mouths. And they're all scared because they've all had family members who were legal immigrants who had never broken the law, who've been doing things the right way. They've had immigration attorneys for like 12 years, bleeding them of money.
yeah.
They're still
Well,
not citizens.
that's what it's
Still
all
not
about.
citizens. That's bullshit.
That, like I said, that's literally they're literally just like it's like a machine.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't care. They don't care
I
at
know
all.
of 2 mechanic shops here locally, and the other one is much bigger, and the best tech in the state of fucking Alabama is a kid named Pepe, and he's had legal status and has been paying an immigration attorney for 14 years.
Yep. My my brother-in-law.
He gets no benefits, no insurance, and he's mad. He's like, they let these people come across and gave him a fucking debit card with $1,600 a month on it and free health care. He's like, I've been here paying taxes my whole life trying to become an immigrant and do things right, and I don't get any of that.
Yeah.
Because not only that, but now those people are clogging up the court system so that I can't get a date to go in front of a judge. He's got one step left. Literally, all he's waiting on is to see a judge one more time, and he becomes a citizen. But he can't get a court date.
Yeah.
Because there's so many illegals.
It's probably on purpose too, because there's probably some like statute of limitations kind of BS where like now, oh well, since you took so long to go through the last one, you're gonna have to go to another one.
Right.
My brother-in-law is from Morocco, and during 9/11, they gave him a real hard time, even though he was already a citizen and everything. They were still all up in his life.
I could walk within a mile radius of my house and find 10 naturally born white dudes that I'd trade for one Hispanic. And that's just, like I said, I'm not in a big city. I don't understand cultures of other places, but I'm talking about here. They are the best of us. And it sucks that they have to be scared to go to work, But who created that problem? You know what I'm saying? Biden created that problem when he let millions of them cross the border.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely.
They have Facebook groups where they have to. Like, there's thousands of people in these groups because they have to check it every morning to find out where ICE was last seen, so they can avoid. These are legal immigrants. They shouldn't have to be worried about that.
See, I think this all comes back to all the evil stuff again, like the trafficking of people and body parts and everything. Like I think that it's all part of that machine. because it's huge. It's huge industry. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
I think it's all part of it. It's a big
Oh, that was
trafficking
definitely
thing.
all part of the whole opening the borders thing. No news station will cover it, but the fact that they're feeding these fucking pedo mills full of all these young Hispanic kids.
That's what I mean. I think.
Keep in mind, it ain't just girls. Half those sick motherfuckers want little boys.
Yeah, of course.
That's the purpose of splitting the families up. They never see the kid again.
Yeah, and some of this isn't even like pedophile stuff. Like I said, some of it's even like satanic stuff. Like they've been finding tons of kids with SRI injuries, like or satanic ritual injuries, like stuff like that. I have friends that are paramedics and police
Before
officers.
any of you guys who aren't religious draw any opinion, neither is Bugsy.
No,
but he knows that there's satanic evil out there.
Yeah,
So,
I was born and raised Catholic. Went to Catholic school for 9 years. So
Yeah.
I mean I'm well versed in all the Bible study and all that on that side. But that's exactly why I chose to walk away, because I know too much. But it's the same thing, man. But like I said before, I think Trump I don't think he did it. I don't think he set out to do it. But I think just because of the positions he's in, the amount of people that want to embarrass him with information, the amount of people that want to help him by giving out information, he's just such a polarizing person. I think it brought light to places that were never intended to be seen.
Yeah.
And I'll be grateful for that for a long time.
How about this though, Bugsy? How about either he brought light to all of it, or he was part of the plan of when we're going to reveal it?
Nah, see, I don't.
I'm just saying either one could be possible. I'm not taking any credit away from him, because I don't disagree with everything that he's done. I don't.
No, yeah, there's definitely some good stuff he's done.
I'm not going to F Trump like Jesse might, but he has a different feeling.
No, you know what?
I didn't disagree with everything Biden did, but I said F that guy from day one when he did what he did in Afghanistan. Was there some good things he did? I'm sure there are, if you dig and look. But see, that's my issue is when I have conversations with these people, it seems like predominantly the Trump haters just flatline hate.
Yeah, there's no talking to any of them.
No matter what he does, even if he does do something right, if he did it, it's evil.
But that's what I mean. He's so polarizing. I think it forces things. It forces all the shit to the top.
Yeah.
Like, because everybody's so antsy. Like all these things come to light, and I won't completely discredit the whole, like, some of the like Q stuff, like where they talk about how he's playing 5D chess and stuff.
I don't think that a sitting U.S. president has the power that we believe they have.
Oh, yeah, they definitely don't.
So, that being said, is Trump guilty of wrongdoings? Then that also means so is Obama, so is Biden, so is Bush, so is Clinton. I don't think any of them have the power that we think they have. I think we're all very well aware that the elite rich run this country, and they put that guy up on a stage in front of us for propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, I think they fully intend to use that person to their means, and whoever they are, I don't even know, but the deep state or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Trilateral Commission, all these different groups that absolutely control pretty much damn near everything.
I don't know if you guys have any family members on this, but my grandson's father was shot to death 3 years ago, and for nothing, literally nothing. I say that in the second safest city. It was the only murder in this town the whole year. But anyway, he was shot and killed, and my grandson has drawn a Social Security check off of his dad ever since. I don't know how or why, and I don't know if it affects everybody, but somebody in power did something and doubled his income. this month. He went from $480 a month to $990.
I think
So
there's a lot of stuff that's passing.
Apparently, somebody in the government somewhere has done something to help less privileged people.
Hey, do you remember that astronaut that was stuck out in space because of Biden, or the astronauts?
Yeah, but again, if we say they don't have as much power as we believe they do, was it actually his decision? I don't know.
Well, Trump immediately got in office and forced them to
That's only
send the
because
guy out there.
Elon just agreed to do it.
Yeah, maybe he was holding off on
I think he just went outside the government and got it done. You know,
I mean, it's probably all his stuff. So
without Elon, I don't think Trump could have got it done either. Well, he probably would have got it done faster, even if he had to bend the rules to do it, because that's who he is.
yeah, that's what I mean. He would have tried to make something happen.
To do it, it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, I think it's a good thing too. Wyoming. I mean, this kid's going to graduate high school with about $150,000 in the bank because his mother is my daughter, and I raised her right, and I made sure she's responsible, and she don't touch his money. I mean, every penny of that will be waiting on him when he turns 18. And I'm really hoping he builds a nicer knife shop and buys nicer equipment, and I can hand this to him. Well, not hand it to him and walk away, but let him take over a lot of the production side of it, teach him the right way to do it. Because all I want for that kid is one opportunity to not have to work for somebody. If he blows it, I won't be mad. I'll forgive him. I just want him to have one opportunity to not have to work for somebody. And because I never had that. I had to work minimum wage jobs since I was 14 years old because I was raised by a single mom who made minimum wage. And so she worked 90 hours a week to make up for it. Not overtime. She had to work 2 jobs to do that. But, that I didn't, my health problems happened and I ended up not being able to work long enough to, save enough money to have a legacy to hand down to him. So that's what all this is about. I want to be able to teach him how to do it. And he's like, Papa, you know what? I want to be a car salesman. All right, buddy. At least all I know, and I handed him an opportunity.
The great thing though is with knife making is you can still work.
Yeah.
Other jobs. You can come back to it when you have the time and.
Right. But with $150,000, Bugsy, he can buy a 500 knife batch of nice folders made in the United States, and we don't have that opportunity, but he could.
Yeah.
So whatever he wants to do, I don't care. I told my daughters, hey, I don't care if he buys a fucking beat up Chevy van and a $5,000 acoustic guitar and plays bars on the weekends. If that's what he wants to do, and he can live off of it, and be happy with his life, that's all that matters to me. We'll throw all this shit away.
I kind of enjoy a little bit of a mix, like I kind of like getting into the crew, running a crew, running a job, fucking 500 guys on the job, big, huge, multi-million square feet. I like getting involved with everybody, but then again, I like to step away and do a craft, like, sell some of my shrimp and my fish. Like that's long-term, little experiments and stuff that go well enough to actually make money off of it. It's great.
It's funny you mentioned that, Dan Stan, and I don't know. I try not to speak too much on stuff that I haven't researched and feel like I've educated myself on. But I don't mention who. I've been having conversations with somebody else that was in the process of getting their SSDI because I've got mine, and our experiences were totally different. I don't know if that's a state by state thing. I'm not sure how that works. But I applied. I had cancer. I had a kidney removed. I'd had a quadruple bypass. I'd had a heart attack and a stent. Literally every joint in my body is arthritic. All of my, every single the letters and numbers in my spine are grinding together. and I applied for disability and was turned down. The day I found out I was turned down, I went to my VA mental health office, and he handed me a piece of paper saying that I was diagnosed with major depressive disorder 4 years ago. I faxed it to him, and 2 weeks later, I got approved. Of all that health shit that made me unable to work, none of it mattered until I turned in that I had major depressive disorder, and then it got approved.
See, what's scary is up here in Jersey.
And I don't feel right at all, man. I paid this money. This is my money. Like I said, I've been working since I was 14 years old. I've had opportunities to work under the table, but I didn't. I've always been on the books, paid my taxes, paid my SSI. Fortunately, I draw. This is what's weird. But I could quit making knives right now, never buy another knife making thing, and I'd be just fine. Just fine. But there's months that I'm not just fine because I've had to spend my disability check to be able to continue making. Now, don't get me wrong. There's months that's not the case, that I've got a little extra money. I don't know. Kyle keeps wanting me to keep a spreadsheet. I'm like, Kyle, I don't think I want to. Well, I'm afraid if I look at it, I'll think, man, I need to quit this.
Well, yeah, you'll end up starting to nitpick yourself.
Yeah,
and,
but I've gotten to a point now.
out.
I've gotten to a point now where it's enough that I can notice a small quality of life difference. You know what I mean? Like, when my kids or grandkids' birthday comes up, I don't have to call them and be like, hey, I ain't going to be present till the 1st. I don't have to do that anymore. So it's definitely better, and I thank God for every opportunity I've been given. It's been, I've been more blessed over the past 3 days than I have the past 3 years. I don't know if I told you this story, but Bob DeMarco showed a knife that I made for him on the Knife Junkie Thursday night. And then Bees revealed, I didn't just make this knife for Bees. He bought it 2 years ago. I was never happy with it. So I had him send it back to me. And I made these really cool beehive looking multicolored aluminum honeycomb scales for it that match his. You ever seen his background on Bees blades? Anyway, he was just ecstatic about it. Just kept showing it. Everybody that came in the chat that hadn't been there before, he kept showing it. And I fielded orders until about 9 a.m. Saturday morning. That's why I hadn't been asleep when I passed out my driveway. I was up all night, one person to the next, fielding orders.
Yeah, man, that's good. I was glad to hear. I heard a little something about that, I think, on Javon's show. But yeah, it's good, man. It's
I've put a halt to it right this minute. I don't want to, run anybody off. I could honestly take more orders, but the reason why I stopped where I'm at is because every time I get excited, something happens with my health. Like I haven't hardly made anything the past few months. What I have made and been able to collect on were knives that were close. I already had them ground or whatever. And, I haven't talked about this publicly, but a lot of them, I didn't have money to finish them. So I was having to wait till I got my disability check and pick a couple of knives to finish so I could get them out. Because some of them already paid for. Well, you want to talk about losing sleep at night. A guy's paid you for a knife 6 months ago? I don't know how, I know other custom makers that's normal. Dude, it eats at me. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to take that either.
I tried to cut it off where I think I can have all this done in 30 days. And if it gets done or sooner than that, then I'll open them back up sooner. But they're not closed for a long time. I just don't want to promise anymore at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea. I think you should set yourself some limits just to even see. Like, you might even like finish it all ahead of time and be like, okay, I could have taken another 20, knives with this group, or this batch. And you can even do like batches, and you can do it in quarters.
I'll tell you, basically, I've learned. I don't know why. I can do a batch of 5, but if I do a batch of 10, the quality is just not there. I don't know, something in my programming. I get to thinking, oh, I got to get these done. I got to get these done. I got to get these done. And I skip something. Like I'm too rushed. Like I'm putting scales on this knife, or I'm finishing the scales on this knife, and I'm thinking about the other 8 I got to put scales on. So I don't do as good a job as I should have done on this one. I had a whole batch. I had 10 thugs over $2,000 ready to ship to Northern Knives in Alaska. My first retail order, and I still have them. I called him and canceled. The order's still open. He's like, "Hey man, whenever you're ready, just let me know. I'll pay you." But they just weren't. They weren't what I wanted on a shelf in Alaska amongst other custom makers. They weren't how I wanted to represent myself. Like I finished Paul Mills's thug, and I could look at his thug, and these aren't near as nice as his. Well, why not? Because I was rushed to do 10. So, in all honesty, I do much better on one knife. You order a knife, tell me what you want. I guarantee you it'll be better than a batch of 10. I can do 5 and do them all well, but for some reason I'm just not ready for 10.
Yeah, I mean, it probably just has to do.
Less than 10.
It might have a lot to do too with just like space. 10 knives is a lot of knives. Like if you found a way to kind of like stack them so you can, or color code them. Like in the red bin, blue bin.
I'm not very organized or coordinated. I'll admit that.
It's tough, and you'll figure it all out.
Huh?
I said it's tough. You'll figure it out. You'll
I'll be honest, dude. I wouldn't even be in business today if it wasn't for Kyle. And I've not been doing a good job of that here lately. I still have to put forth the effort to update the order list with him. I mean, he can't do that by himself. But I've legit been talking to Kyle about, hey, man, you got so-and-so's knife ready yet? And look, Bugsy, I completely forgot about it. Like, I would have never even made it had he not reminded me. It was that far gone from my memory. So I've been really fortunate to have Kyle. I have people tell me all the time between the logistics. I spent about $50. $50 of my profit is gone because I sent them to Kyle to sharpen. In the beginning, it was because I never wanted my knives to touch a belt, the edge to touch a belt. I didn't want any chance of, having a burn edge. So I let Kyle sharpen them. But now it's a little bit of both. I still want that. But at the same time, Kyle helps me tremendously. Not only that, when he gets a knife and sharpens it, he'll take a picture like, hey, Bubba, did you see this? I didn't see that, dude. I'll take care of it. He'll hand sand it and clean it up. Aiden, he showed Aiden's knife tonight. He's had Aiden's knife for 2 weeks. Kyle spent, I'm not going to talk about how much, Kyle bought a grinder and belts and finishing belts to touch up Aiden's knife. That's how good a friend Kyle is.
Yeah.
He could have shipped it back to me and I could have done it, but he's a good enough dude. I know he's a smart ass and he likes to fuck with people in the chat, and he's very opinionated and very dogmatic in his beliefs, but he's a good, oh shit, he's here. No. Yeah. Kyle's right. He's not charging me $50. I'm just talking about the logistics. Cause you got to think, I have to ship a knife to Kyle.
Back and forth, yeah.
I have to ship a knife to Kyle. And then Kyle has to ship that knife to Terry. And then Terry has to ship that knife to the customer. That's every time I go to FedEx, it's $15. That's $45 right there. I ain't paid Terry or Kyle yet. And it's $45.
Shipping's crazy.
I could alleviate a lot of those things. I have much better sharpening equipment than I did have. I could just start sharpening them myself, but I don't want to do this without Kyle.
Yeah, like I could make a lot more money if I shipped my shrimp and fish, but I won't do it. Right. I'll bring them to you if you're close enough, but I won't ship them. I can't stand the whole shipping game.
Right. Yeah, I don't like it either, and I'm bad to procrastinate and put it off. That's why I get it off to Kyle, and I know when it's done, it'll go.
Yeah, I gotta ship these out to you. These chunks that I got. But I got a whole box. I got a whole box of stuff.
Hell yeah. Shit, buddy, you gonna spend $100 shipping that box?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, probably.
And there's
It's
all
probably
kinds of
gonna be
stuff.
40, $50. Yeah.
Yeah, point
Will you
0.06.
do me a favor and get a Sharpie if you know and kind of number like the liner, like put a numbers 1 through 10 on the blades, and then whatever liner or scale material that you know you want to go with that blade, number it too.
Oh
You can
yeah,
have more
no.
than one number on the material. I'll just know, hey, this he wants this liner on knife 3 and 5.
I mean, if you want,
Unless you don't know yet.
there's only really one that I want a specific. So I made this one knife originally for my mom. Where is it? So I know you're not gonna be able to tell the difference once you get them, but like this one,
Yeah.
I got it almost ready to go. I just need to drill the handles and put them on.
Yeah.
But her favorite color is purple, and I like these Kieranite
Yeah.
scales. So that's the only one that
You
I
know,
would
the thing
really
about that
want.
Kieranite is, dude, I could cut that out and bolt them on there and send it to Kyle. And it, even if I didn't touch it, if I didn't try to refine them at all, it'd probably take Kyle 5 minutes to have those damn near mirror polished. That shit's so easy to work with.
Yeah, it's like a bowling ball.
Yeah, but it's not a super hard use tough material. But you just have to pick and choose what knives you're gonna put it on.
Yeah, that's why I like my mom's little garden knife. You know, so my mom has an RV, so they're traveling all the time. This would be like a perfect little do it all kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's I stole the handle from the Perrin Street Beat, I think it's called, or something like that.
Right.
And then the blade is just kind of my own little thing, but
Well, I mean, I'm glad you came, man. I appreciate you hanging out.
yeah, man. Thanks for having me, dude. It's I have fun doing this stuff. I'm never sure if I'm just kind of being annoying though. Like I don't know if
No, not at all.
you know.
Not at all.
Well,
I
I
enjoy
kind of keep
sitting
showing.
here bullshitting about whatever we want to bullshit about.
Yeah,
We've talked about cow sperm and government conspiracy,
I guess you know.
and that
After
is
that,
kind of the basis of this live stream. We don't have a we don't have a format, to say the very least. Yeah, now those once I grind them and all that, they have to be finished pretty well so that when you acid etch them, all that Damascus pops, right?
yeah,
I know
I
you
heard
don't want to leave grind lines in Damascus because you don't get that pop.
I heard you just don't want to polish it out too much
No,
because it
I
kind of.
can't polish it out too much.
No, I'm just saying. I heard it smudges the effect of between the two,
Right.
like when it's polished. But I don't. I'm not too worried about it. Like these ones are pretty much. This one's pretty much ground out.
Oh, okay.
Again, this was files and sandpaper though, so
It's a lot of work, man.
you're gonna see when you're gonna see when you get it in hand. Like
I'll clean it up.
whoa.
I'll clean it up. W, I'm glad to have you back in here, dude. I've kind of missed your sense of humor, buddy. And I'm, good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I'm coming to Huntsville this week, so I will definitely call you before I even leave to make sure we can meet up.
Yeah,
We
we gotta
talk
get
about some knives every now and then, Wyoming. The issue, we've all known each other for so long, and we've talked about every knife on the planet 100 times. And we've got to know each other so well that we drift into conversations about everything.
Yeah, you know, just keep it fun, but other than that,
Yeah.
right? Like, I'll keep showing knives here and there when I remember.
I'd rather it be boring than hateful, though. Like, I don't ever want anybody to leave here feeling like I offended them or I disrespected them.
No, you know, and I hope
I can respect everybody's opinion on everything. I've got opinions that people don't agree with, and I don't want anybody hating me for it. So,
yeah, you know, opinions are like assholes, right?
right.
Everybody's got one, and they usually stink.
And you know, another thing we kind of fail to realize is that none of us have any idea what that guy's life has been like and what he's experienced to make him feel the way that he does. We don't understand that. Why in the world would we hate somebody when we don't understand? I know people that that can't stand the police because of an interaction they've had. I know people that support them 100%, but they've never had a negative interaction either. So both sides are kind of right. It just depends on your interaction and your experience.
It just comes down to individuals, like everybody can try to put everything in a box. It just doesn't work like that.
Right.
Like it's not the movie. We don't live in a movie. We don't live in a simulation. So every individual is going to give you a different response, and it might even just be the different time of day, even what they did
Absolutely.
eat, what they didn't eat.
Like we were talking about the immigration thing earlier. I know people I know really well that are having a completely different experience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, their social systems are being bombarded and taken advantage of, and neighborhoods are being ran through, and everything else because of some shitty people that came here. I'm just saying that's not the experience that we're having here in my area.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be pockets of successful operations that do the right thing for the right areas.
Right.
And then there's going to be a lot of other people caught up in this net that just didn't need to be caught up.
But then again, though, our local government has been kind of, over the past decade or two, has been kind of trying to wean this area into more of a retirement. Because our Goodyear plant shut down, U.S. Steel shut down here. I think they've kind of given up on it being a production type place. So maybe a lot of them aren't coming here because the opportunities aren't here.
They're moving to a lot of.
We did just get. We're getting a plant opening up. They're building it right now, and high school education or GED. It starts at 23 to 28 an hour, tops out at 45. It's going to employ 1,600 people. Dude, that's more people than Goodyear had before it closed down. And they're saying that number could go over 3,000 within the first year.
There's
That's
absolutely
going to be a huge economic impact here.
There's no reason other than greed that there's not places for all these people to work.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're talking about, how big does your yacht really have to be? Like these owners and these companies, like they have to start. People are either going to, I work for a union hall. You screw these guys over even a little bit, you got the big blown up rat outside your place. You got people protesting. They don't play, and they get paid. The same thing with the dock workers. Like when their union stands up,
Dude,
they end up getting paid.
I love the dock worker timeline in The Wire. Everybody says season 2 sucked. I love season 2. They revisited the kids in the projects just enough, but I love that whole, Russian mobster, the dock workers union guy. I love that part. It was kind of more. It was more. What was that HBO thing about the mobsters?
Oh, I don't know.
Everybody says it's the best series ever made. I don't know why I can't remember the name of that show.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
James Gandolfini.
Yeah, well, I can't remember now either.
Yeah, season 2 was more like that. It was more mobster related, where season 1 and everyone after that was all inner city gang related. But Sopranos, thank you, Dopey.
Yes, there it is.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know how many people there are in Gadsden, but Gadsden's a little hard. It's a little bit hard to break down because you've got Gadsden, Rainbow City, Southside, Glencoe, Hopes Bluff, Atala, West End. So that's 7 cities, and you never know when you've left one and entered the other. So when you look up the population of Gadsden, it may look low, but everybody that surrounds Gadsden is kind of like LA. If somebody asks where you're from, they're probably going to say Gadsden because it's the only name that shows up on the map. But they may actually be in an adjoining town, so it's hard. But there's a good bit of people here. There's 1,600 upper middle class, and you know they're actually coming. And I'll tell you how, because investment companies all over this town are building middle class apartment complexes. That tells you they're coming. Let me tell you this too. You know, everybody talks about that California is going to slide off into the ocean. Let me tell you how I know 100% for a fact that that's not true. Because all night long we've been talking about this evil empire. The majority of those people are bankers. Do you really think bankers would still be loaning millions of dollars on houses that could slide off into the fucking ocean?
Yeah, I do.
Absolutely
Honestly, though,
not. Absolutely not.
They do it here in Jersey after the freaking hurricanes hit. Where'd they rebuild the houses? In the same spot. They got ripped off the
Yeah, but
foundation.
that's hurricanes. That's different than that land no longer existing. And a hurricane, the insurance is going to pay to rebuild it and blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about, they're talking about, the whole coastline is just going to disappear. Insurance can't pay to rebuild that. But again, look at what the money's doing. What is the money? The scariest thing the money's doing is dual citizenship. That scares the shit out of me. Why are all these people dual citizens in other countries?
Well, because when they set stuff off on the northern hemisphere, it tends to stay in the northern hemisphere. So it's good to have a spot in the southern hemisphere that you can escape to.
Yeah, I mean, Hitler and all the rest of the Nazis escaped down there and lived wonderful lives. We never changed the history books. Yep. Dude, that blew my mind when I watched that. Like, this was just a few years ago. And that dude was driving through these neighborhoods, and there's still Nazi flags on their front porches.
Yeah.
They just and we let them do that. Yeah, we told them, hey, it ends today. We'll just stop right now and let you people go to South America, and this will be the end of it. And
there's entire parts of Brazil that are all Germans.
Yeah.
Like the whole town.
All that weird-ass medical testing.
Oh, yeah.
Torture. They were doing all that shit, too. But it was way easier in South America because these are a bunch of non-English speaking tribal people.
Yep.
They don't even have birth certificates. All that same shit continued to go on in Argentina, and we just ignored it.
Yep. And even now today, they passed some kind of law this year that, because there used to be a law, like if land burned down, even if it was like preserved land, you couldn't buy it and build houses on it, especially if you weren't from Argentina. Now they changed the law where if something happens to the land, you can buy that from like any country can come in. You can buy that land up if something happens. So now there's all these fires starting all over Argentina.
Of course there is.
And all these little communities coming in from all these different countries.
I'm not going to dig deep enough to conspiracy thing to say somebody, the government or whatever, set that fire in Hawaii.
Yeah.
But it's awfully convenient that those people lost their homes and they'll never be able to go back. And now rich people own all that shit.
Yeah, and I love how no one.
And there was zero effort to put it out.
And there was no like there was no like Discovery Channel episode that broke down what happened, how it happened. Like I like to see that kind of stuff. Like you can watch like the whole thing about like JFK, where they surmise, they show you where the bullet came from and all this other stuff. They don't even attempt that anymore. They just completely blanket from the news.
At least in JFK, they gave us a fake ass bullet that never traveled through his body. I mean, at least they tried to lie.
Yeah, they made some videos about it. At least tried to entertain us with it. They were just like,
yeah. The thing is, though, Bugsy, they've got it made now, though, dude. They've got power. All they've got to do is say, well, is what you're watching AI or not? Like, people make fun of me for this, and I'm sure because of who I am, they think they know what my intentions are. But a couple of years ago, I started following a lot of these hot chicks on Instagram that I thought might be AI, just so that I could watch the progression. And the scary thing is, the really scary part and the gross part, these girls are getting younger. Same girl.
Yeah.
When I started following them, they looked like they were in their mid-20s. And some of them now are still posing for the same sexy photos, and they look 14. Because they're not real.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't be changing it to that if people weren't looking for it.
But that's the thing, though. That's what California was trying to make it.
Just a year ago.
California was trying to make it like a sexual orientation to be a map. minor attracted persons. Like this stuff that's a slippery slope stuff. Like you don't bring that stuff up and then all that kind of goes away. Like somebody was pushing for, there was a lot of people behind that movement. You know what I mean? Like they don't just go home and change their minds. You know, like I don't know, man.
By the way,
Where do
there's
you go with
a
that?
spec on these knives I forgot to mention. As tall as this grind is and as good as the geometry is, this is only 3/32.
Thickness? Okay.
This is chef knife thickness.
All right.
So no, it's not a hard use knife, but this should be a cutting son of a bitch.
Would you consider doing
But they're
something
also now. I forgot Stevie bought the last one.
like you see how this is kind of ground in here like a thumbprint,
Yeah,
like a you know.
I don't know. That's machine done.
No, I'm saying would you consider doing something along those lines for that thin of a knife?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I currently don't know how. Because that's machine. I don't know how I would get it, you know, the radius consistent and clean. I just haven't tried. I mean, it's not that hard. I've got tons of scale material I've made that's ugly as shit and I'll never use it. And that's what I use to try, you know, radius and things or different textures, what little texturing I can do. I could try it, but I don't even know what tool I would use right off the bat.
Yeah, I was thinking might even be able to use like a drill, like straight down and then different depths and then sand out the differences, you know.
Right.
But that would just be a pain in the ass. But like even not necessarily like this shape, but like somewhere to like index a pinch grip, you know.
I agree with you, Dopey. And I'm, you know, that's everything that's wrong with me relates back to that because I grew up in a house. My adopted father was a serial child molester. I don't know if I can say it on YouTube. Well, I already said it. Y'all heard what I said. And therefore, these were all like family members and neighborhood kids that were older than me because this thing was pubescent females. So they all in turn, I can't say I'll never say they M-worded me because they were children. They were just doing what they had been shown. They're not guilty of anything. But it seriously warped my perception of love and intimacy, and you know, it made me a sexual addict, and you know, so it got me off on a bad foot. But I don't hate him for that. I hate him because I knew all these people, and they were all promising. You know, that they had their futures out, and I watched all of them live an absolute trauma. None of them have had productive lives. You know, every other month I see them on Facebook with a black eye. A couple of them are dead. Just ruined all those young ladies' lives. You know, and I don't call them my family because he wasn't my birth father. I was adopted, but you know, they all attacked me because I wouldn't come to his funeral. He died in prison where he belonged. And he had young family members attacking me on Facebook for not coming to my own dad's funeral. And I got to thinking about their age, and I was like, this dude was born while Ed was in prison. So he never even knew it. You know, and he's mourning this guy's death, who some family member told him he was a great guy. Finally, I just had to end. I was like, look, Ed Gables has been snatching the innocence out of children longer than you've been alive. So fuck you. Enjoy your funeral. You know, and none of them speak to, but that's fine. I don't care if they speak to me. So I have a deep-seated hate, not because of what happened to me, because it's not the same. I mean, it's not healthy for a little boy to go through that, but it's not the same as it happened to a little girl. But I have a deep-seated hate because I got to watch all these girls that I grew up around, lives just garbage. Just
Yep, and that's
garbage. Because his thing was, he wasn't violent. He didn't force them. He groomed them for years and taught them that that's how you show love. And in return, they thought they were showing me love. They didn't think they were doing anything wrong. You know, so I don't hold any hard feelings towards any of them. But it fucked me up. Ain't no doubt. I've got a wife in her bedroom, and I'm in mine right now because I don't know how to maintain a relationship. We're still legally married. We're best friends, but we're not husband and wife because I'm not capable. It's not. You know, I don't know what to do about it. At 54, it's probably a little too late to do anything. Absolutely, I understand. You know, these people that when they see these female teachers that have, essayed these young boys, and people like, man, I'd pat that kid on the back and buy him a beer. Man, you have no idea what she did to that kid. Like, puberty is supposed to be this natural process. She went in there and fucking yanked all them wires loose and just jammed them back together. He will never be right. He will never understand love and intimacy and respect of a woman and how, none of that. If he does, it's a miracle. I'll say that.
Yeah, some people come through the fire all right, but that's a rare.
I did for the only good thing that came out of it was my relationship with my kids. About once a year, Bugsy, I'll open Facebook, and some little girl that I don't even remember her will be on Facebook talking about something in the headlines, and she will tag me and talk about how fortunate she was that she had Big Shane's house to go to, and she was always safe, never had to worry about it. That's my legacy. That's the greatest thing I'll take with me when I die.
And that's all we're here for,
literally,
man.
a couple of dozen of these. They're all in their damn mid-30s now, but now that they're realizing what real life's about, they post this shit and sometimes they don't even tag me in it. My daughter had to send it to me so I can see it because all they know me by is Big Shane. Every weekend at my house, there was 10, 12, 13, 14-year-old girls all the way through they graduated high school. And they talk about Meathead too, because Meathead was always there. They always felt safe there. And I didn't realize it, but they had friends then when they were kids. That they went to school with, telling them that they spent the night at so and so's house, and so and so's dad was caught him watching them take a shower or whatever. It's just sad, man. And we won't ever be good as a society till we root that shit out.
Yeah, I mean, we need to be aggressive about it. Like, I'm tired of
Florida
this.
just passed a bill. If you go to court and they prove you are a child, it's a death sentence, no questions. Yep. And that's exactly the way it should be, because you can't fix them people.
No, there's no. That's a predator. That's not the same as a regular person. That's a predatory human.
In the head because of it. It didn't lead to me being a molester, but it left me with problems that I can't fix. So what makes you think you can fix somebody that's even worse? You can't.
No, they love evil shit. Those people. It's not like.
I'll tell you, I think it's different with rich people.
I don't know, man.
I think in the poor people, it's a matter of evil, twisted mind, twisted sexual desire. But those people, not all of them probably, but some of those people that were visiting Epstein, and let's remember, y'all, Epstein Island was a small fraction of the underage children being done that way. That's just all we're concentrating on right now, probably because they want us to.
It's just an easy word to kind of surmise it, all together.
But yeah, hell, I completely forgot what I should say. Oh, I think the thing with the elites, I worked at a company. The last job I worked at, I worked for these three brothers. That family had been in the car business. The guy was crooked. It all fell apart. They were left without jobs, without money owed them. All they do was car business. They were lucky enough to have a friend that had a $2 million floor plan. He let them use it to build their own business. They paid him $300 a car. That guy made millions letting them use that floor plan. But long story short, my wife still works for them. Now they have a $25 million floor plan. And it's maxed out. It's never not been maxed out. But my point is, I watched them go. Two of them that were $7 an hour employees because they were family and their family could take advantage of them like that. And I've watched them over now a 6-7 year. Been 6 or 7 years since it all started, but within 2 years, I watched them become multi-millionaires. And I'm not talking about 3 or 4 million. I'm talking about in the teens. And the reason I'm bringing this up, none of them have done this, but I remember the excitement that they had when they bought their wives their first Range Rover.
Yeah.
And the excitement they had when they bought their wife their first G-Wagon. And then the excitement they had that when they bought the nicest house in the nicest neighborhood in this county. And now there's no excitement anymore. They've owned everything. They own half the fucking coastline around the Gulf of America. They own half the cabins in the Smoky Mountains now. These boys just turned 30 and got this kind of money. But my point is, I think these rich people, especially these these billionaires, I don't think anything excites them anymore. I think that's the last taboo. The last taboo would be essaying children, eating children, hunting human for sport.
Yep.
All those exist, and it's only the richest of the rich that are doing it. And I'm not saying they're not evil. I'm just saying their minds are programmed that way because they don't have anything to chase anymore.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though.
Sleeping a supermodel's nothing to them.
It's not like they just do it though because there's nothing else to do. They seek it because of the evil of it, because of the hurt and the innocence lost, and that's what they seek, and that to me that's pure evil, and there's no fixing it. There's one way to get rid of that.
Yeah, I mean, it don't even have to be that bad, dude. My daughter went to school with a girl. She was head cheerleader. Beautiful young girl. Sweet. She was 16 years old, had a little boyfriend. And he talked her into sending him a picture. So she got out of the shower and took a picture of herself. Sent it to him. By the next day, every grown man in this county had that picture in their phone. Remember, I was at work, and a guy showed it to me, and I was like, buddy, you realize that you're in possession of child pornography. That girl's not of age. You need to delete that shit off your phone. You ought to be ashamed for even fucking looking at it. Nobody assaulted her. And the fact that she recovered from her heroin addiction is because she was way far gone. And it's all over that picture. You can't traumatize kids and expect them to just bounce back from it. They might bounce back. They might make it. But they're never going to be the same. It's going to affect them the rest of their life.
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't even realize all this till I got in my 50s. Like, I didn't realize why I can't maintain a relationship. I know what respect is. I've never respected a woman more in my life than I respect the one in that bedroom in there. I would fucking kill you and dismember you over her. But I can't maintain a relationship with her.
Well, no, I don't think you should necessarily put a label on it like you can't do it because it kind of is everybody's got their own relationship,
Just because I only need her for one thing. It's not what you think. It's not
scratch your back.
We've talked about
Can't reach that spot.
No, I needed her to make me feel good about myself. I was 36 years old and divorced, working at a tattoo shop. My social life was, I don't even know what word to use. It was exemplary. I had a really good social life. And as bad as I hate to admit it, as much as I love her as a human being, as much as I respect her, at the time, I needed her to make me feel good about myself because I didn't. I didn't feel good about myself, and she made me feel good about myself, and I fucking wore her down. After about 6 years, I just wore her out. She's like, Shane, this is not my job to make you feel good about you. And she's right.
Yeah.
I needed to hold my pants up. I got a good belt, Kyle.
I didn't see
and
that.
You know why I don't carry appendix? Because if I twitch a little bit, my britches would fall to my ankles.
Go to reach for your gun, and he just pushes him straight.
Yeah,
down.
I was literally built like this. I appreciate that, Dopey. I don't know if that would help, but hey, man, I'm up for a good dick pic. Just whatever. Yeah, dude, we've definitely covered the gambit tonight. We've talked about everything.
Yeah. It's been a good time.
It's funny. I talk all the time about going on Maddie's Mental Health Mondays and telling my whole story. And most people probably think they've heard it all as much as I've shared on here. I promise y'all, it gets way fucking worse. You know.
And then the other stuff that you suppress that you remember after you start saying some shit about something else.
Yeah. The most profound thing anybody has ever said to me was by my wife. Several years into our marriage, there was things that, first of all, I had shared every relationship secret ever with her before we ever got married. I thought that much of her. I wanted no skeletons to ever fall out of my closet. But there were things about my personal life, my childhood, things that I'd been through that I hadn't shared with her. So over time, that stuff just kind of starts trickling out, and I will never forget, dude. It's the most meaningful thing anybody's ever said to me. She's like, Shane, you realize you had every excuse to be a piece of shit, and you didn't. And you should be proud of that. She's like, you could have been a criminal. You could have been addicted to drugs. She's like, you have every excuse that's ever been given for any of those things. You've been through them all and decided not to go that route. So,
yeah, and that's kind of like, I don't talk about like Jesus and all that stuff or Christ, but that's kind of like the path you're supposed to walk. Right. Like you're not a good guy if you've never been in a situation where you've had to decide whether or not you're going to do the right thing.
A hard decision.
You could just be a guy that's left in a room with no decisions. It doesn't mean you're a good guy. Right. But the dangerous guy that chooses to be a good guy, that's the real good guy.
Right. The guy that could easily physically overpower everybody around him and take whatever he wants, but he don't.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's where me and my brother differed. I'm not saying I was the baddest son of a bitch on the planet. I'm a broke down old ass man now, but I was tough to beat at one point, and I always looked out for weaker people around me. I love my brother to death, but if he thought, and most of the time he could, if he thought he had an upper hand on you, he'd take advantage of that. He's outgrown it. He carries a lot of guilt for a lot of the stuff that he did. But yeah, I remember, Bugsy, we came from that whole Dixie Mafia family out of Phoenix City, Georgia. If you look up the Dixie Mafia, Sin City, the original Sin City was in Phoenix City. That's our forefathers.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of violent shit that led up to that. But my mama, fortunately, bless her heart, dude, all she wanted was to get away from that and keep her kids away from it. And that's what was weird is it was like 8 years into their marriage, he turns into a predator.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, like, does that, like, do you like become that, or is that something that's always kind of creeping in your brain and you're just like,
I don't know,
but
I'll say this, dude. And maybe it was the fact that she was really young when they got married. She got older and they lost interest. I don't know, but I would never say anything to defend him other than this one thing. And like I said, you guys haven't heard all the story. But even if you had, if I shared it all, I lived a fucking cakewalk. I mean, an absolute life of privilege compared to what that man grew up in. So I'm sure it probably had a lot to do with it. He was done that way. His sisters was done that way. His nieces, nephews, cousins. It was all open. It was just part of life. Violence, extreme violence, was part of life. It's just what they grew up in. I'm not saying that's an excuse because at some point in time he became a grown ass man. I know for a fact he lived 5 or 6 years with a really good work ethic and did everything right. So he had it in him. He just chose not to continue that path.
Yeah, maybe it's like a falling off the wagon type deal, you know?
Yep.
I don't know though, man. Like I've never been able to I've always had to do the right thing. Like even if it's like it puts me in a shitty spot or like, man, it really ruins something good I had going.
Yeah.
I just can't stomach. I can't abide turning my back on doing the right thing.
Yeah.
As much as
I've got two nephews, but they were the first boys in our family that I had any opportunity to have any influence on. And you know, they've had some. I don't want to say they've had struggles, but they've had some moments of struggle because they're mixed. And I think sometimes they struggle with their own identity because it's like society makes them want to pick. Well, are you black or are you white? Well, white people aren't going to accept them because they're not white. You know, but it's weird because that's the choice they picked. You know, they watch anime and listen to Flyleaf, and you know. But anyway, I took them to a water park in Atlanta, Georgia, Whitewaters. Probably the worst I've ever felt about myself, dude. When we got out of there, on the way out, they wanted drinks. I was like, guys, we're walking out the gate. I ain't paying $30 for us some sodas. We'll go to the Circle K across the street. I took them over there. When I pulled up, there was this old black man on the curb begging for money. And I was just gonna walk past him, you know. And I was thinking the whole time, whatever you do, don't speak. Don't speak. I'll ignore you, but don't. And he did. He spoke. And I said some not necessarily hateful things, but I wasn't nice to him. You know, I pretty much told him to fuck off without using those words and went inside. And like you said, Dad, I don't know if it was God. I don't know. But standing there in front of that cooler, I remembered how blessed I was when I didn't deserve it, and how those boys just watched me do that. So I walked back out there on the way back to the car. I literally had because we'd spent a lot of money today. I literally had like $50 left in my name, and I handed it to the man. And when we got in the car, my youngest nephew asked me, he said, "I'm Shane." So how do you know he's not just going to buy alcohol or drugs with that money? I was like, I don't know. All I know is I felt a conviction to do it. And if you feel that, you don't ask any fucking questions. It's none of your business what he does with it at this point. I get it. I understand why people get mad about it. But if you believe in God or whatever your beliefs are, if you're convicted, if you feel that push to do something for somebody, do it and shut your fucking mouth. Don't look back. Just do it. You know, and I'll never regret doing it.
And don't expect anything in return, you know. And
this is a long story to get around to where I'm at. But I'm at the end. But I remember my mother is in horrible health. She's 85 years old. It's all right. I'll really be shocked if I get a Christmas with her this year. And she's bedridden. You know, this is the time when I should be taking care of her. I can barely take care of myself. But my nephew does. He works a full-time job at Walmart. And he spends every penny of his money keeping the rent paid, the lights on, groceries bought, waits on her hand and foot. I was thinking about it one day. I broke down in tears. I felt so bad that this boy's having to do what I was supposed to do. And I had a talk with him about it. You know, and I told him, like, Andrew, you're a better man than I ever was. He's like, no, I'm not, Uncle Shane, because I learned it all from you. You know, and I think back on that day, giving that old man that money, you know, and the impression that it had on him, because he's that same person now. You know, he'll do without. He'll give you a shirt off his back and do without if that's, you know, if he feels like that's the right thing to do. So.
I think any honest, mature man, you end up fulfilling that role. You know, like that's what we're here to do. We're creators, we're gardeners, we're protectors. That's all, man. We overcomplicate it, really.
Absolutely, we do. Yeah, we want now. You know, something way more important than helping people or being good to people is how many views my video get. You know, how many thumbs up they get on Facebook, and
Yeah.
what do people think of my family that I portray on Facebook, even though it's complete bullshit. It's not real at all. That's what's important. I got a daughter I'm dealing with that right now. All she cares about is this public perception of her family, and that's not what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, some people are just scared of the truth, and it
Yeah.
makes them more uncomfortable to be truthful.
Yeah.
But I lived in the Caribbean for a few years, man, and you learn a lot about yourself in a place like that.
I'm sure.
Especially if you're paying attention, because you learn a lot about everybody, because the place is only so big. There's only so many people. The lady that works at the store is the lady that's been working at the store since the stores existed.
Right.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, that's her
So
life.
like,
She didn't have any
that's,
other choice.
yeah, well,
I mean, that was her
well,
destiny.
it's just how it is. Like,
Right.
and people keep their job. That's the lady that does the thing. That's the sugarcane guy. That's the guy that catches fish. So like, when you come into a community like that and you're gonna be there for a while, but you're not from there,
Yeah.
you kind of got to find a place to be, or else you end up finding dark places, because there's that's all that's left. Are the dark corners.
It's like they have an identity and they know what they're supposed to do, and that probably makes the whole society run a lot smoother.
Right. And people have, like, that's the barber, and then that's the barber's son, like, and that's how it used to be back in the old neighborhoods here. Like, it's just not like that anymore in America. Like, so
Yeah, back then you walk in and get your hair cut, you ain't got a penny in your pocket. You wrote it on a notepad, charged your dad for it, and if on Friday you didn't have the money, well, all right, man, catch me next Friday. You know what
yeah.
I mean? That's the way what things were around here too.
Yep.
You know,
The barter was still big down there. Like, I used to go spearfishing, and I'd be able to get whatever I wanted. I can walk down into town, and I can barter my wares.
right,
And actually, it would piss people off if like I had to create jobs, because I couldn't take somebody's job.
right.
Like,
That's a good point.
that's a
Especially,
big
yeah,
that's a big
that would be
deal.
very disrespectful as an outsider to take food off somebody else's plate by taking their job.
Right. Like, I was going to get a job as an electrician working at the one cove, and I was walking around with the guy, actually, like, before I was going to go to work with him, and I was looking around at his workers, and I could see I was catching a real weird vibe. Like, I thought I was going to be, like, helpful to these people, and I started to realize, I was like, look, for them to pay me anything, that's going to take three of these guys and wipe them out. Like, they're not going to have a job
Right.
just for me. So I was like, I'm not going to do it. I made up some excuse. I couldn't get there regularly, and
I want to touch on this statement right here because I don't even know who all's still left in here, but I know there's people in the chat, and I know there's people in my local life that could see this and have some issue with it. And I'll say this: I do believe that every man is responsible for taking care of himself. I have zero issue helping somebody. We've made it too easy for people to milk the system, and it's kind of ruined that. But I think you're right. Nobody deserves this. It's the same reason I keep. Shit, I just forgot the name of it. What's the stuff you give people that are overdosing?
Narcan.
Yeah, I keep Narcan in my first aid kit in my truck. And my daughter asked me why I had that. She's like, I mean, do you need that? I was like, no, I don't need it. It's not for me. She's like, who's it for? I was like, no idea. Like, but if I'm ever in a situation and I see somebody overdosing, it'll probably never happen. But if I am, I might could save that guy's life. She's like, well, why would you care if they just a druggie? It's like, they ain't just a druggie. They somebody's son, daughter,
Yep.
father,
Exactly.
mother, brother, sister. If all I gotta do is go and walk away, dude, that how hard is that? I don't keep that for me. I keep it for other people. And
Yeah.
you're right. I've known a lot. I've been wronged and stole from and assaulted and all kind of shit from druggies. I get it. Some of them are downright horrible trying to feed an addiction they can't beat. But at the same time, I ain't just going to let somebody die if I can help it.
Yep.
That's one of the hardest things I've ever done. I had a guy die on me. Me and my daughter were going through Jack's to get us a biscuit. I came around the building to pull up to the speaker. I see this big man. He's like 6'3", probably 350. Like he was in his late 40s, early 50s, black man. So, always, he didn't have much of a beard, but all his little curly hairs were white. I watched him step out of his truck, and he was a concrete worker. Watched him step out of his truck, and kind of, when you get out of your truck, you kind of stretch your back. He did like this, and then literally just collapsed into his shoes. Like he folded like a accordion and laid out on the concrete. So I got out and checked, and he had a pulse. And it's not funny, but there's a side of this story most people don't know. So I started doing CPR, and I thought I was doing good because he was making sound. I didn't realize I was pushing air into his lungs doing the CPR, and that was causing him he was dead. I didn't know that, but there was no helping this man. But what was weird was I nearly had to get an ambulance too, because this was before my heart surgery, before I knew I was in heart failure. And from doing the CPR, it felt like I had 1,000 pounds sitting on my chest and I could barely breathe. But it was weird that I didn't know that guy from Adam's House Cat. And when the ambulance finally showed up, they told me to stop. And I was like, "Are you not going to do CPR?" And they're like, "Yeah, right, sir. There's no CPR is not going to help this man." When they cut his shirt off, literally the left side of his body was twice the size of the right. His heart had exploded, and all of his blood run into his arms and legs on his left side. So he was dead from the get go. But it was weird. What I'm getting at is it was weird to me how much it affected me. I didn't even know that day. I went to the hospital, Bugsy. Like I drove over there and sat there and waited on the family to get there and waited on the doctor to come out. I mean, I knew he was dead and talked with him, and it bothered me for weeks that guy, died while I'm touching him. I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, no, that's that sense of humanity, man. It's important not to let go of it in a world so, like we've been talking about, there's a lot of darkness, but like that right there, those little acts of kindness or generosity, or even feeling some sort of way about it, like all that kind of stuff all adds up somewhere along the lines. And
I was just really confused because I was really sad, and I just, whatever the emotion was, it was very strong, and I was confused. I was confused as to why. I was a complete stranger. But that's just the human. It's just being a human, I guess.
yeah, they call it empathic, I think.
And
When
Kyle,
you can feel for other people.
I agree with you, Kyle. I don't think anybody's entitled to anything. I think everybody's responsible for taking care of themselves. However, I also feel like in a time of need, we're all responsible for helping one another. Now, like I said, what ruins that is, the system that the government has created so that people don't have to be responsible for themselves, and they suck the ambition out of them, and they've got 100% control of them. This is all part of a plan. The only reason the government wants you on government assistance is they have control of you. You dare not vote the way they don't want you to vote. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what really made me realize a lot of stuff was, like, when I was younger, my mom divorced my stepdad, but like she refused to take her lawyers wanted her to take all his pension and as much as she could. She refused any of it. She didn't earn it. She didn't want it. She wasn't one of those ladies that wanted anything at all, from him. And that was her decision. Her lawyers were pushing for that. And come to find out too, they wanted a certain amount. Apparently there's a certain ratio of visitation rights that they make more money if there's a certain ratio. Like one parent has to have the child for 70% of the time, and the other parent has them for 30%.
Yeah.
And that's the optimal financial gain for the court system.
Right.
So that's how they push. No matter what the situation is, that's how they push it.
But you
to
know what
make the money.
the first law ever written into books in Savannah, Georgia was? It was illegal to practice law. It was punishable by death. The second law, this is the ironic part, the second law made slavery illegal. And within a couple of decades, Savannah was the hub for slavery. Like all the slaves that came here came to Savannah. So it all went awry, but I think it's funny that was the first law they wrote. That is punishable by death to practice law. Somebody knew how evil it was going to be.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you should have to have a lawyer to do certain things. It just makes no sense.
I think honestly they're like the leech that is just draining everything. You can't do a damn thing without lawyers on both sides.
Yeah.
On both sides.
Yeah, and people get to a certain level of wealth now. It's crazy that you find out it was cheaper to pay this guy $1.5 million than it was to go to court because the lawyers cost so much. If you win, you're still going to spend more than $1.5 million to win. So you just got to give this guy your money.
Yeah.
Some stranger that made up a lie, you just got to give him the money. How did we get here?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's so crazy. Like, okay, so even to pass. Okay, say they wanted to say, apples are for free for everybody. There's a law getting passed. Apples are free. You know what I mean? It's a human right. Everybody gets apples.
You need a lawyer to get the apple.
Yeah, you need a team of multi-million-dollar lawyers to pass the law that everybody gets an apple.
Yeah.
Before you could actually get an apple.
Right.
Like it doesn't. The whole thing.
Well, then
is like,
everybody would probably need a lawyer to sign a piece of paper saying you're eligible for the Apple program.
Right. Well, that's what. So then instead of writing just the law about the apple, now you have subsection A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H.
Right.
And it turns into a whole
and
mess.
While we're passing the Apple law, on the very back page, let's ban Russian imported ammo.
Yeah.
That happens every day, and nobody realizes it. The reason why the good bills don't get passed is because both sides are sticking sheets of paper in there, banning this or approving that. And then when it gets back to the other side, well, we won't have all this with them. We're not voting. We're not voting yes on that bill. Even though we can positively impact American families all over the country. Well,
and then it gets flipped. Shane doesn't like apples, and he doesn't want people to feed themselves.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy, man. That's probably really where it all, if I had to guess, that's where it all started. Like, it's hard to talk about, especially if you're from the South and you try to talk about the Civil War being over anything other than slavery, you immediately get labeled a racist, which is stupid. We're talking about history and facts. Yeah. Yes, it was about slavery, but do you know all those people that wanted to abolish it, their plan was to free them and put them on ships and send them back where they came from. Even Abraham Lincoln admitted it. They did not want them here. They were not civil rights leaders.
No.
They wanted them gone.
Yeah.
But do you know why they wanted to abolish slavery? The American dream. When slavery was existed, you had a handful of people in the South, not all Southerners. You had a handful of people in the South that had enough money to own slaves, and they had all the fucking money. And the bankers realized if everybody had a little bit of money, we can indebt them all. We can have mortgages and car loans on all of them. Of course, there weren't cars yet, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that was the whole purpose behind abolishing slavery, was to kickstart capitalism. Now, in the beginning, it was a good idea. It's still a good idea if it's uncorrupted, but there's no chance of anything being uncorrupted anymore.
Well, that's the thing, man. What do they say?
Capitalism could not exist as long as slavery did. That's why they abolished it. Not for the good of the blacks. They didn't give a fuck about them people.
Yeah, they don't give a shit because it wasn't even just them. I mean, it was the Irish. It was everybody.
Too. You can read Chinese. Their notes about how upset they are that they didn't fucking leave, and how mad they are that now we're having to deal with them, and we're running to them on the streets. They hated those people. And then the other parts that nobody ever talks about is, how the South was treated after that. Farmers who never owned a slave, could have never afforded one. Northerners came down here and fucking raped and pillaged and took everything else just because they lived here. They had no part in the war. They never owned a slave. But you don't own land anymore. You don't have any rights, and we're going to bang your daughter on the way out.
Yep.
That shit went on for decades.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to hear shit about the North being the good guy. There was no good guy there.
No, there's no good guys. There's when once the bullets start flying,
And I wouldn't be shocked at all
anymore.
if somebody don't fucking clip this and make me out a racist for saying it. But it's just the truth. The truth can't be anything. It can't be hateful. It can't be nice. It can't be racist. It can't be bipartisan. Nothing. The truth is just the fucking truth.
Well, it's all about perception.
Yeah, we live in a world now where, even the truth can be.
Well, the truth is dangerous because it goes against the narrative.
Right. Yeah.
Like I can't believe how people now are just like okay with all the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like now we know for a fact they lied about every damn thing.
Those people who fell for all of it are not seeing what you're seeing. They're not getting the information you're getting. It just does not exist on their algorithm. If they looked for it on their phone, they couldn't find it, Bookie. It doesn't exist. I had COVID. I know it was real. I get it. And I was literally on my deathbed with it. My O2 levels were 72. You understand at 72, you're unconscious. Somehow I wasn't unconscious yet. And I texted my daughter and told her my O2 levels are at 72. My temperature was at 104. An hour later, I walk on my porch. And I find a box with a picture of a horse on it. I was so fucking sick that my eyes didn't work. I couldn't read it. I literally screwed the lid off, punctured the piece of aluminum foil. I don't know what the proper dose is. I squeezed that whole motherfucker into my mouth and swallowed it and chased it with a glass of water. In 15 minutes, baby, 98.6.
Damn, really?
But I still couldn't breathe.
That's just gotta take time.
Also on my front porch was a defibrillator and 24 packs of albuterol. I had the meter on my finger. I couldn't walk. I could not make sounds. I couldn't talk at all. She texted me to tell me how to use it. I had the O2 meter on my finger. I started the breathing treatment with albuterol, and I watched it. And in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, I was at 98%. And I used it every 4 hours for the next 3 days and walked away unscathed. How many people could have used some? Everybody knows somebody with asthma. Everybody knows somebody with a defibrillator.
Yep.
If you got a family member with asthma, they got one. Yes, it's illegal to use somebody else's albuterol. Fuck you, I was dying.
Yeah, right.
But how many people could they save with that? But the problem was, there was no money to be made.
In saving those people.
Right. No money to be made. I had nurse friends tell me, that we were all called into meetings and were told the dollar amount that the hospital was going to receive for every COVID positive that they reported. It's not $40,000 a piece. They got that just for reporting it. And then they were all told, regardless of what the doctors thought, the government told them exactly how they were to treat it. And they were not to stray off of that. And people's fucking grandmas died while they sat in the parking lot.
I think that was a big old huge ass compliance test. Because I think there's stuff coming down the pike that I hope I'm wrong. I'm not even gonna say it.
Yeah. I know there's people in here right now who lost family members.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 70,000. Oh, they got 70,000 per death. Yeah. And Pfizer and Bill Gates made fucking billions off that shit.
Yep. It's in the Epstein files, all the plans for all that and to use what drugs afterwards and all. It's all in the files, man.
Right. Yep. Yeah, lobbying big doesn't even explain the amount of money they make. Not even close. And my buddy Thomas, perfectly healthy, 32 years old, worked at Lowe's, could not come to work without the shot, so he got it. You got to get the booster, you can't come back, you got it. You got to get the third booster, you can't come back, you got it. All of a sudden, he's got a fucking blood clot in his heart and falls over dead.
Yeah.
There's literally dozens of people right here in this little small town that all had. I'm not a doctor. I don't know the details, but all these people's stories are exactly the same. I'm not saying they didn't give everybody one. My wife took it like a dummy for the most hilarious. I'm not even going to tell you why she took it because it's embarrassing. But she took it, and she's fine. But it's just like any other drug. When you first release it and you give it to everybody, 10% of those motherfuckers are going to fall over dead, dude. They did with every immunization ever. They don't now because the immunizations are so old and people's offspring had the same immunity to it that they did. But everything we've ever done like that killed tens of thousands of people.
The only difference with the COVID thing was, man, this was all, I mean, it was like, it was completely engineered, and it was all the stuff that we were supposed to take was experimental at best.
Yeah. My wife went to college for 6 years and got a COVID shot because she couldn't attend an independent wrestling match she wanted to see if she wasn't immunized. Have you ever heard anything that dumb? 6 years of education. This woman got the poke because she had tickets to not WWE, dog. I'm talking about independent. Like there's going to be 50 people there. Wrestling show that's ran by these super liberal.
I mean, talk about putting your balls on the table, you know?
She's dedicated. Luckily, it didn't affect her. It affected a bunch of people.
Yeah. I've heard a lot about like shedding and stuff, but I don't know if any of that's real.
What are you saying, Dopey? You literally rode down the road. You saw some cars. That's all you saw while you was in gas.
Tell me.
Oh, girl, there's a bunch of us fat asses around here, but there's some
drive through Philly.
Yeah. Yeah, go to Blackstone on a Friday night before you judge this town.
Go right down through Kensington and see what you see.
Dude, I can watch that shit for hours. I don't anymore. I finally got just to a point that it was just sickening. I couldn't watch it anymore.
When you have to drive your
all that is government sponsored. You know what they pay those people to live in those tents? $1,600. They were talking to one of them. They got a debit card from the government. They put $1,600 a month on, and he was like, "Well, what does it cost you to stay high on fentanyl all day?" He's like, "Fentanyl's cheap, so I can stay high all day for about $20."
Yeah. You got to wonder.
30, that's $600 a month. You live in a tent. Would you spend all the extra money on food? No, man. There's 5 churches a day coming through here in vans with plates of food. We don't have to buy food. But what about? Oh man, there's this place right down the street over here. You can go take a shower, get a haircut, brush your teeth, whatever you need to do. It's all handled for us. They all have a surplus, Bugsy. A surplus.
I gotta wonder. You gotta wonder
all their money.
You gotta wonder if the banks are doing something tricky stuff like.
Well, first of all, we all know that's not real money.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. The full fractional reserve banking thing. Like, but if they have, do these people have bank accounts? Like, how does that work? They
it's
have
like
to have
it's like a green dot card.
Yeah, but like, how does that work on a large scale? You know, like.
But I watched a guy on Kensington interviewing those people.
Yeah, dude, Kensington's bad, man.
What kills me is every time you watch a new one, you'll find at least one smoking hot, beautiful girl in her early 20s, and within 2 weeks she's gonna be a fucking zombie.
Yeah, I saw some girl when I was down there. She was like gorgeous girl, and she turned around and she's been doing that croc stuff.
Yeah,
and she's got no flesh here like anymore. It's like straight to the bone.
Yeah, they walk around kicking at it like it ain't no big deal.
Yeah, it's like they don't feel it or something. I don't get it.
They don't.
I hope they don't.
I've had fentanyl in the hospital. I didn't feel shit, so I guess not. I'm sure they're taking more fentanyl than I took.
Yeah, I mean that whatever that stuff is, I don't even know. They call it crock. I don't even know what the hell it is.
Yeah.
It like eats the flesh away though. Like
Hinder Collector, I'm not going to Texas Blade Show. I really, I hate to plan this far ahead. I'm going to try really hard to go next year, even if it means that when I go to Atlanta, I have no spending money. I'm going to try really hard to go. I'm actually just going to try to catch a train, ride into Texas. I've got a guy in the community that's offered me a place to sleep if I come. So I won't try to hit Texas just for the experience. Yeah, and when you talk about all these different drugs, all that shit comes from the same people. You can blame whoever you want. Look, if you're living in the fucking jungle in South America and you ain't got shit, but you can grow this plant and cut the little fucking bulb off of it a month before it blooms, throw it in a bag, and we'll give you enough money to feed your kids, you're going to do it too. Those people aren't evil. People that are evil, fucking CIA is financially backing all that bullshit. How do you think we pay for all these fucking black ops missions and all these programs? There's not enough tax money in the world to pay for all that shit. It's all finance. They're even admitting it now. I was watching them talk about it on a fucking interview here a while back. That's how they finance these black ops.
yeah,
This was with the drug money.
yep. They thought everybody. See, that's the thing. Is that's what's so weird about the world right now.
That
Everybody
cartel leader they
knows.
just took out Mexico. They didn't do that shit to stop drugs.
Nah,
Apparently,
come on
he
now.
either didn't want to pay or they got a better offer. They've been doing that shit for years. You'll always notice there's that one cartel that just seems to keep getting away with it.
Yep.
That's because they're the chosen.
Well, they're the ones paying the most to the protectorate.
Yeah. And they've been doing it for years. Every president we've got knows it's going on. But what do you do, man? If half your fucking population is not willing to work and pay taxes, well, we can just keep letting these drugs come in and collecting a few billion a year to fund these programs. And
yeah, I mean, they're and their technology. Our government
the
is.
fact that you're 18. I don't even know what it is right now. But listen, if you're $18 trillion in debt, you don't exist anymore.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's like
That's all bullshit.
It's like a show. It's like a game show or something. We're all watching. Like,
how did AOC go from being a bartender to a job that pays less than $200,000 a year, and now she's a multimillionaire? How'd that happen?
She was selected out of a group of people.
But how did she get that rich?
They well, like I said, they select you, and then you vote for the same shit. She's been running businesses out of New York for years. Dude, even Amazon. I think she even ran Amazon out of New York. Like she's working for somebody because she doesn't know a damn thing.
Embarrassing thing I've ever seen coming out of California. They lose all these oil refineries. That's embarrassing. But the most embarrassing, in my opinion, it's not the biggest financial hit. There is nothing more Californian than In-N-Out Burger. And she said, "Fuck y'all, I'm out," and moved to Tennessee, moving the whole business there. They're gonna keep the restaurants, but all that means is us East Coasters gonna get some In-N-Out eventually. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you lost the one company that literally represents your entire state to people that don't live there. It just and now they're talking about that dude running for president, and people are excited about it. I don't get it, man. How can you watch all these companies leave? Your state's bleeding money. It's probably a large portion of that 18 whatever we're in debt now. I'm sure Kyle knows, but but people are going to do it because they hate Trump. And,
I don't understand the need.
Hey, for all we know, his vice president could be the greatest president we've ever had, but they're not going to vote for him either because he was part of Trump.
Yep.
And TikTok said he did this when he really didn't. I'm sure he did a bunch of bad shit. I'm just talking about the shit that it said he did that he didn't. At the end of the day, but this company that, like I said, is coming here. That plant was going to be built overseas. Trump made that happen.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a lot of that.
Local politicians, they gave them the land. The land,
yeah.
You know where they're building it? It's where U.S. Steel shut down. The biggest employer in this county for 100 years that no longer exist. When they went bankrupt and closed down, the city took possession of the land, so they just gave them the land to build this place. They got like a tax. I don't think they got to pay taxes for 10 years.
Yeah, I know he was saying there's a lot going on in Alabama, man. Alabama's
I didn't even know Kimber had moved here.
I mean, dude, there's a major part of like our technology hub and our rocketry and all that other stuff is in
Oh
Alabama.
yeah, Huntsville's. People don't understand how big Huntsville is, but the diversity, like the difference in incomes, like dude, there are homeless people in Huntsville, and walking right beside them on the sidewalks, a fucking rocket engineer,
Yeah.
making high six figures every year. You know.
And meanwhile, the Fort Payne area is the best, in my opinion.
Fort Payne,
Yeah.
Alabama.
Yeah,
How do you know about Fort Payne?
I love Fort Payne. We used to do a lot of road tripping.
Dude, Fort Payne's a podunk ass little bitty town.
I love that place.
Did you go to the Alabama fan club?
No, we actually
That's the only thing in Fort Payne is the group Alabama's fan club.
No, see, I would do a lot of fishing. I would do a lot of fishing if I had more time there. But we did some hiking. We were heading to, yeah, that was a really cool place.
Fort Payne is a cool town. I'm just saying, the odds of somebody not from Alabama even recognizing that they drove through Fort Payne are so slim.
No, we look for little gems like that. I like that kind of style area.
Little River Canyon is a cool place.
Fort
Payne's that's only 15 minutes from here.
Yeah, I know. I would like to be down in that area, man. Honestly, there's a place up there where we stayed in some cabins that were they were pioneer cabins built in like the 18 something or other.
Yeah.
It's called like a Bear Tavern or something like that, but they got a couple different of these little houses built in the 1800s that they shipped onto their property and rebuilt. So it's cool because you can stay there.
It's big here. Nocalola Falls Park here has got old cabins from all over Tennessee.
Yeah,
they hauled down here and reassembled them. In the park.
Yeah. This place was nice because they had like it was all updated. You know, it wasn't just like an old ass cabin. They had a hot tub in the back, and it was like an old cabin with a hot tub and a TV. It was pretty sweet.
Yeah. Some buddies of mine went to Tombstone, Texas, and was talking about how they're just trying to drain every penny out of that place that they can. It still looks like it did in the Wild Wild West. So they got a hotel room. So when you got the hotel room, they handed you a key and a VHS cassette.
No shit.
With the movie Tombstone on it.
Oh, man.
She handed us the cassette and told us, whatever you do, don't unplug that VCR. And still to this day, they don't know why it's such a big deal. He's like, dude, we stayed up all night fighting the urge to unplug that fucking VCR.
It probably catches the tape. It probably makes it so you can't get the tape out or something.
Yeah, he's like, I was like, did y'all watch it? Like, hell yeah. You in Tombstone, you go watch Tombstone. He's like, you couldn't even see it. He's like, it'd been played so many fucking times. It was just a blur the entire movie. I'm the same way, dude. I love discovering shit like that. Just a little out of the way. There's a restaurant here that's built in it's in a cave. But it's not a cave like most people picture, smallish hole going in the rocks. It's a huge opening. But it's called the Rattlesnake Saloon.
That's cool.
They got a dance floor, serve bar food, and bikers are there every weekend. Keep in mind, bikers in Alabama are all retired doctors, lawyers, construction company owners. This ain't no fucking 1% area. All these bikers are fat and old, can barely hold their Harleys up. But they support local business, so you won't catch them at a franchise. They go to all the mom and pop places.
Yeah, it's funny you said that too. We used to live near this town called New Hope, and it was like a safe haven town. Like no matter what biker gang you were from, you could go there, and it was like a truce area. Like nobody was allowed to mess around. But now it's all yuppies, all rich people, all this crazy money has poured into this area for some reason. Like, and it used to be this really dingy little town with dive bars that were open till 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, like just like
Bugsy, we broke a record, buddy.
what's up?
I've never been live this long.
I
We've
didn't
been
even
live
realize.
for 5 hours, dude.
Everybody's still here?
We got the same viewer count we had 5 hours ago. There was 20 people in here then. There's 20 people in here now. I think a couple have left and a couple have replaced them, but I only see 5 or 6 in the comment section. The same 5 or 6 that have been commenting all night. The only person I haven't seen in a while, I know Crispy went to bed, and Jesse hasn't commented in a while, so I think he may have dipped out. I think his I'm just joking, of course, but his disagreeing with me level probably just reached a cap, and he's like, "Oh,
yeah." He was like, "I'm out."
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I got to be on the road in 2 hours.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Where you gotta
go? Maryland. I got to go out to Hagerstown. It's like a 3-hour ride.
You live anywhere near Fort Ritchie?
I don't know, honestly.
All I know is it's close to the Pennsylvania-Maryland line.
Yeah, then it's got to be because that area.
You remember the Discovery Channel special on that bunker they drilled down into the mountain for the president to stay in? It's not on Fort Ritchie. Fort Ritchie is there, and then I'm not sure the distance. I'd probably be killed for saying it, but somewhere close is what they call Site R, and that's the president. That's the presidential nuclear bunker. It's not the one it goes to first, but it's like the long term.
Yeah.
They've got 50 million tons of fucking cheese and wheat. Like it's the worst case scenario place. But my uncle worked for the CIA. He had access to the very bottom floor, which was the president's floor. And there was 4 people that had access to that room, or that, whatever you want to call it. And it was the president, the vice president, my uncle, and the janitor. Like people that had worked there their whole lives had never been to the bottom floor.
Yeah, we do a lot of secure facilities, we'll say, as well with my job.
I got you.
And there's definitely a lot of stuff out there like that. There is some seriously deep mines out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, all right, buddy. I'm gonna let you go. So I don't know if it's gonna do you any good to get some rest now. But
I'll rest when I get there.
There you go.
I gotta wait for people when I get there, so I just knock out when I make the drive later.
Yeah. Guys, y'all are the real OGs for hanging around for 5 hours.
The real champions.
I believe that, but I appreciate it as I appreciate any amount of time you spend with me. And hopefully, again, good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise, I get to do my down payment on getting my teeth fixed next month. So I'm excited about that.
Don't show them off for free.
Yeah, I'm not. So you have no idea how bad this has affected my mental health. Like, dude, it was all I could do to turn this camera back on. But I'm going to lose them all. That's just part of my heart condition. I don't get blood to my jawbone. So my teeth, my gums are just receding back.
Yeah, my mom had a lot of
I even told the doctor, I was like, well, I guess this is my fault for dipping all this. He's like, this has nothing to do with dipping. He's like, dipping's horrible for your teeth. Don't get me wrong. He's like, but this is not that. He's like, he's like, your entire jawbone's going to deteriorate eventually. I'm either going to die young, Buzzy, or I'm going to have a miserable fucking twilight. So
yeah, we can only hope to burn out quick,
Right. Yeah. I'd much rather do that. That's why I want to get my grandson old enough to. Let me tell you something I learned a long time ago. I know I told you we was going to be off here, but one more thing. When my daughter asked how I knew Ken would be old enough for me to teach him to start making knives, and I was like, it's the same time he's old enough for me to teach him to shoot a gun or carry a sharp knife, anything really. She's like, well, how old is it? I said, it's not an age. I said, because I already tested. If he's running through the yard and I scream stop, if he don't stop immediately, if he pauses at all, he ready.
Yep. Or if
The
he
kid
questions, second guesses.
Yeah, that's the base of them being responsible enough to do so. That's the lowest bar you can set. When you yell stop in an authoritative voice and they don't fucking dig up grass, putting their heels in the ground, they ain't ready for nothing not child related.
Yep.
That being said, I've had a good time, man. I'll definitely send you an invite next time. I think
Yeah, man, I
Kyle's
had a great time.
Kyle's already went to bed and slept a couple hours and come back. But see y'all.
Hey, man, I'm down for conversations whenever, man.
Turn this off. All right.
Hey, have a good one, Shane. Later,
Man.
everybody.
I legit don't know how to turn it off.
I can just hit this button, right?
Yeah, you can just leave, but my end live stream thing's missing.
Well, I guess
There it
you're
is.
on for good now. You
No,
got to stay on.
See you, buddy. Have a safe trip.
Yeah, you too, man. I'll see you around.